Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Reunited and it feels so good. Yay, raise your school puff. You were here from the previous live stream and Lori and Chad's portal worked. Kudo-kuku, kudo-kuku, calling all squirrels. Kudo-kuku. Is this the good one? Good one what? Okay, let me edit this little majigger here. Do 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 do. That's Chad and Lori's song. Oh God. Gross. Sorry, it's just gross. It's just they're gross. Okay, so excellent. We are all here. We are back. We're back together again, reunited. So, and by the way, I clicked the end live stream button and I was like, fuck, I really meant to do Squirrel Out, but like to roll out, as some of you guys have heard me rap roll out now several times over, let's just say. And like, I need to just change it to Squirrel Out. And like, I need to make a rap called Squirrel Out and just change it to everything about squirrels. So that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Okay. Note to self, Squirrel Out. Okay. Not that that's happening now. I'm just saying, make a rap called Squirrel Out. Okay, so right now where we are here, we are on day 10. Let me put my banner up. So this is Jeanne Seckinger. She testified as well and did a proffer outside the presence of the jury, but she's back now in the presence of the jury. This is towards the end of her testimony where we're going to hear about how the law firm had to pay back all these clients that Alex stole from. And it's going to kind of wrap up her testimony. And then I think we'll hear a bit of the cross-examination. She's not to be trifled with. And after her, I believe it's Dwight Fulkowski. Oh no, it's Ronnie Crosby. Oh boy. All right, let's go. This is gone.
This time it offers states.
This is awesome.
334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
One thing I'll say is during the proffer, they only really asked Ronnie Crosby about one thing, and it had to do with like if he overheard a conversation. So we didn't really get to hear his testimony during the proffer. So we're going to be hearing it now. This will be like the first time. So like some of this testimony when it was proffered, we heard it and then the jury heard it. But Ronnie Crosby would be an example of where we didn't hear it. So we're hearing it the first time with the jury, for the first time with the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while I'm here, States 332.
This is the correcting disbursement that we drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
Your Honor, it offers States 332 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Permitted.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I will just say too that sometimes when people hear that I do cover trials and stuff, I will just say it's really funny. You guys might be surprised how I've not found anybody who's not heard of the Murdaugh trial, but the number of people who have not heard of, if I say Brian Koberger or Idaho 4 or anything like that, they're like, we have no idea. We haven't heard a damn thing. Crazy, right? So I don't know. I mean, in my mind, that seems hard to fathom, but it seems like, at least at this juncture, Murdaugh was way more high profile. I mean, I know obviously BK obviously hasn't got a trial yet, but still, I feel like there was so much media coverage about it. Although having said that, I'm not like in that realm of watching mainstream media, but that's the point, I guess, that I'm saying. Like, these are people who are not following law too, but like they're probably just hearing it from other people or seeing it on TV like regular people do. And everybody that I come into contact with knows about Murdaugh, but there's plenty of people who've not ever heard of Brian Koberger or Idaho 4 or any other way you try to call it. I'm like, it's like, it's not clicking. I'm like, hold on, 4 college kids stabbed. They're like, I don't know. I'm like, wow.
Looking at this particular disbursement, again, what's the first name of the client?
Natasha.
All right. And we have various recovery amounts here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We have the actual legal fees received in this case, correct?
Yes.
Who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alec Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafitte as conservator for this case.
Russell Lafitte currently doing time in federal prison.
And those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alec Murdaugh.
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
It went to Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again, paying loans, buying equipment, et cetera.
Incredible.
Personal expense for who?
For Alec Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Alec stole that money.
So
Do you recognize that signature right?
right. So the partners at the law firm, right? And that includes her because she's a part, like they all fucking grew up together. Their kids grew up together. They are, this in this community, right? And with this law firm, they're not just friends, coworkers, they're family, literally and figuratively. And they like, literally, it's like, so when you think about how many people he screwed over and in the ways he screwed them over, I just wanted to mention that the amount of money, like the law firm that his dad founded, or grandfather, right? No, sorry, his dad founded, grandfather. So, but the partners, right, including Jeanne Seckinger and everybody else, and we're gonna hear more about it. All of them had to give up, and they end up talking about the numbers. It's like in the millions and millions and millions of dollars that they had to pay back to clients out of their own money because they're the partners of the law firm. It's the only way that it could be made right. I mean, just think about that for their families. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
Right there.
Yes, that's Russell Lafitte's.
What is that check right there? Do you recognize that?
This is the check that we wrote to Palmetto State Bank,
And what's the date on that?
12/20/2011.
And hold on real quick. I'm going to go back just to make sure on states 330. This was Arthur. That's the case you just talked about a little bit ago.
That's correct.
The one with the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And on this disbursement sheet, what was the date?
November 19th, 2012.
All right. Back to Natasha.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead a little bit here.
Or Medicaid, and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
All right. In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was there an amount that was paid on those liens? And in particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there was.
All right.
And they go over, again, I've skipped ahead because they go over all of this money. But we're just hitting some of the highlights here.
Does that mean that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client? Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
Yes, it doesn't.
All right. I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit. Date on that, or see when it cleared?
Looks like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012 or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on 8/29/2012.
All right. You recognize the signature on that check?
Alec
As always, the witness is on the banner or on the ticker, whatever you want to call it. It's Jeanne Seckinger from PMPED. And I always put it in the chat like this, because that's how we do. That's the former name of the law firm. They had to rename it after Alex fucked everybody.
Murdaugh's.
All right. And where did those funds go?
Those were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as.
Okay. So Jeanne Seckinger, so she and Alex have known, she's known him for 30 years. Okay. Again, like childhood fucking friends, right? So she started working at the law firm. I think she said that Alex's dad hired her or something. I mean, it's just insane. And so she started out as I think a paralegal and worked her way up to being a CEO and a COO or something, and is also a partner in the firm. And she's been there for fucking ever. And so yeah.
Those loan payoffs, money to them.
Hello.
Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why'd you have to do that?
Because Alec Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here.
Watch how she looks over at him. Hang on. They have to personally account for all the fucking money he stole. Watch this, guys.
personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did,
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alec Murdaugh stole it.
What?
And looking through these documents that are
Right there. And she does it more times. She just looks right over him. Look at him. Look at him. Ew. Yeah.
attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is
And he was a conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte,
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes.
Loans to who?
There were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alec Murdaugh.
So money from this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
So Quiz is asking, how did she not know he stole it? So his scheme was really smart. And I described it on the last live stream as far as how he stole from the clients. It's in a way that the law firm wouldn't know about, because once they have the settlement, right, the client's money goes into a trust or an annuity, like at Forge Consulting. If you remember Michael Gunn testifying, and that was in the proffer, it goes into an annuity. And then the attorney is they're supposed to be, the client is supposed to be then getting those payments in as scheduled, the schedule that's been set up ahead of time. And what would happen is the clients would be like, hey, how come, when am I getting the thing? And he's like, oh, it's coming or whatever. And what was happening was Alex created fake Forge that would say Forge. And so the law firm thought the money from the settlement was going to Forge Consulting when it was going to fake Forge, but they didn't know it because it said Forge. And fake Forge was basically Alex's bank account. So all of the money that was supposed to be going to the clients was going to him, but it was in a way that was really not detectable. But a big part of this is the fact that they all trusted him, because they all had known him for decades. I mean, again, all of them are like family here. They've known him for decades. They had no reason not to trust him. So okay, we're going to hear a lot of your questions will be answered, because we're going to hear from Ronnie Crosby and Chris Wilson. And it'll become a lot more clear. It'll become a lot more clear how this worked, how he gained, how he did this on both levels in terms of gaining trust, manipulating people, but also on a logistical level. And Chris Wilson is a huge part of this, because that was a huge part of this whole thing for when it all started to fall apart. So yeah, it'll become more clear.
Whose signature is that on this particular check? Number 219721?
That's Russell Lafitte.
And the similar name was Forge. The only difference was it left off Consulting LLC. So you can see how if somebody sees Forge, they think, oh, it's the same place. They just didn't want to write it all out because it was all handwritten. So because these were checks, right? These were checks. So make the check out to Forge. He would write Forge, and that's it.
Bates.
And who was that cashier's check made out to?
Randolph Murdaugh III.
Oh no.
Who was that cashier's check made out to?
This is made out to R. Lafitte as conservator for Malik Williams.
Who's Malik Williams?
Malik Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservator.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Andrew asking the question, does this get found out if Paul doesn't kill Mallory Beach? That is a good question, because the boat crash had a big, okay. I think it does, and here's why. There were two things going on. Well, two main things going on in terms of how the financial crimes were getting uncovered. One was, yes, because of the discovery needing to be turned over in the boat crash case. That was a big one, right? But that was separate, but yet happening at the same time, unbeknownst to either party, as the law firm finding out. And what happened was, actually, did we already hear from Annette Griswold? So what happened, the way the law firm figured out what was going on was one of the paralegals, it was happenstance. One of the paralegals was looking for a check, and it was it fell out of a folder, and it was she tells this whole story, and that's how it all got unraveled, because there was some mix up, and they kept thinking, oh, it was just a mistake. And it was around the times of the murders and and it all got unraveled because they found this one particular check. And one of the paralegals, and they started asking about it, and like one thing led to another. So the law firm, so in other words, that was because of Alex stealing from the clients, and also essentially from the law firm as well, but mostly from the clients. And so that could have happened anyway, right? Regardless of the boat crash. I think the boat crash, I think would have maybe had more to do with, well, so the thing about, in terms of, if you go with the state's theory of needing to buy time, right? And the murders would buy time. Alex didn't know really just how far into it the law firm was in terms of figuring out what he was doing. What he did know, though, was he did know that Tinsley was on his ass asking for that discovery of his accounts, right? So in other words, in terms of what Alex knew, probably the boat crash litigation was more of a impetus because he had Tinsley breathing down his throat, to get the discovery. And I think we're actually going to hear from Tinsley as well again today, because we heard Tinsley's proffer last time. I think we're going to hear Tinsley as well again today. So we're going to hear from all the key witnesses. Like, this is going to be an awesome episode to hear from all these witnesses who are going to either explain, if you haven't heard it for the first time, or if you have heard it, refresh everyone's memory as to how all this went down and the timeline of it. So hopefully that answers your question. Again, I do think the boat crash was really important in terms of for Alex, right? But again, even if it weren't for the boat crash, this still would have all fallen apart the way that Annette Griswold found that check in terms of the law firm finding out, if that makes sense.
And he was loaning money to himself and to Alec?
He did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about Malik Williams.
I meant to go ahead a little bit here. I think we can actually probably skip ahead to Ronnie Crosby. Now she goes on cross-examination. She's not having any of it with Jim Griffin. Oh, there's Eric Bland. Shout out to Eric Bland. Okay. And then they come back. All right.
They're excellent court reporters. Okay. Ready for the jury? Okay. You bring them in.
Bring them in. Bring them in. What about bring the jury? Hang on. He said bring them in. That is Judge Newman trying to keep us on our toes.
Bring the jury.
But now
I discussed with the defense, and we had mentioned to Your Honor before, is, there's some issues that surround the side of the road, and we're not, plowing that ground currently with the
side of the road. Oh my God. Like I said, roadside. Remember, I was like, I don't think they really get into it, but it gets hinted at. The roadside shooting, not shooting.
Understanding with the defense that if that becomes an issue as the trial goes forward, that there won't be any objection to recalling a witness for that limited purpose. And I just want to put that on the record before we go forward.
100% in agreement, Your Honor.
Very good.
Let's go. Get
Thank
him.
you. Bring the jury.
Bring them in. Okay, we're going to go ahead, dude. Okay, so now we're going to get to Ronnie Crosby. Oh my God. Y'all, this testimony is unmatched. Honestly, a lot of this is some of the best testimony I feel like you'll hear at trial, in my opinion. Like, this is really good stuff. I'm just so excited, even though I've watched this so many times. This is so good. Nothing like yes, nothing like live trial, people. Oh my God. Here we go. Buckle up. Now, Twiz and anyone else who's like, who's this guy? We're hearing his testimony from the beginning. So remember, the jury doesn't know who he is. So for anyone who's like, who's this guy? He's going to tell you. We're going to hear all of his testimony.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about this court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record as you take the witness stand. Spell your last name, please.
Literally, he's going to tell you right now, Twiz.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Closet side.
Mr. Crosby, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
He does not want to be doing this.
Fair enough. Tell the jury what your profession is, please.
I'm an attorney.
All right. And where do you work for a particular firm?
I do. I work currently for Parker Law Group.
All right. And before it was Parker Law Group, did that firm have a different name?
It did. It was Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsroth, and Dietrich. I've heard it referred to as PMPED in here earlier today. So
You know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I do.
You see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Report him out to the jury?
He is seated at defense table between Mr. Hartbootley and Mr. Griffin. I believe he has a blue blazer on.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the
I
defendant?
believe he has a blue blazer on. He doesn't even want to look at him. Oh my God.
Does.
When it was still PMPED, did Alec Murdaugh, was he a partner in the law firm that you were part of?
He was.
And as a result of Mr. Murdaugh's actions, has that law firm kind of changed its name now to Parker? Or is that one of the reasons? Or how would you explain that?
It's the only reason.
Well, yes, as a result of the actions that you heard about earlier today, we did change not only the name of the law firm, but to a separate legal entity.
How long have you been with, and let's just go back and call it PMPED before all this happened. How long have you been with PMPED?
I started in the summer of '94, so almost
Right.
30 years now.
Jesus.
And when did you first get to know the defendant?
Sometime in the late '90s.
Incredible.
I probably met him before then when I was working as a clerk for a judge, Judge Smoke, whose pictures here in the courtroom.
But of course, the pictures in the court. Guys, think about this. How many people can say that they've had friends for decades that they've been able to keep? Here's what I want you guys to think about. Alex Murdaugh had many, 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 many friends that he had for decades. And not just, they weren't just friends. Again, they were friends and coworkers, colleagues, which makes it usually even harder, right? Because normally it's harder to be friends with people that you see all the time or you're working with, right? They were friends in and out, inside and outside of work for decades. And he had many of them. Think about that. And he fucked them all over, left, right, center, up, down, sideways, all the ways, and multiple times over. And he killed his wife and son. And other things too. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
And probably met him in court, but met him, really think I started getting to know him at the time of his grandfather's death,
Okay.
which would have been in the late '90s.
And what was his grandfather's name?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr. or the second, and he went by the nickname of Buster.
Was Buster in the law firm as well?
He was there when I started. He would come into the office. Yeah, he was there. I don't think he was a principal of any kind of equity partner, but he was there. Yes.
Over the years, did you become a partner in the firm?
I did.
And what year do you recall becoming a partner in the firm? Roughly.
I would say somewhere around 99 to 2000.
And did the defendant become a partner in the firm as well?
Yep, I know.
Yes, he came to work sometime in the late 90s, early 2000.
How many people are that?
And then we
have
became a
friends like
partner
that?
probably somewhere around 2004, 2005.
He's been your law partner up until 2021 from that time?
That's correct.
Just real quick before we move on, under the agreement that the partners had, what is the rule as it relates to fees that a partner earns during the course of the year?
All fees belong to the law firm.
There you go.
And just very quickly,
That's true for any
explain to
law
the jury very quickly just the compensation. Is most of the compensation for a partner received during the year or in one lump sum at the end of the year?
Well, as Ms. Seckinger laid out earlier, we receive a salary, and then at the end of the year, we divide net profits, which would generally be a larger portion of your income, although not always. Sometimes, depending on how someone's year went, you may not get much of anything as a bonus at the end of the year if your work did not generate sufficient fees to overcome the amount of overhead expenses that was assigned to the individual attorney.
Generally, though, most of the compensation is in that end of the year bonus.
That's fair to say.
Was that the case to your understanding for Alec?
Well, not just Alec, but it was for all of us.
So your observation over the years, did Alec have a relatively lucrative practice?
Yes, he did. He had up and down years like all people who do plaintiff's work, but yeah, he was had a lot of good clientele.
Some years he would get bonuses of 6 and 7 figures. To your recollection?
Yes, he could.
Bonuses of 6 and 7 figures. Bonuses.
If a lawyer were to do legal work while a partner in the firm and have those fees, if he was sharing a case with another lawyer and had the lawyer issue those fees directly to that lawyer instead of the firm, what would that be?
Now this is setting it up because this is what happens with Chris Wilson, right? So Chris Wilson is who we're going to hear from. I think he's next, and buckle up for that testimony, guys. It's emotional as fuck. And Chris Wilson was from another firm. And so this is part of how this all kind of went to hell in a handbasket, so to speak, where this is what we're going to hear about from Ronnie Crosby and Chris Wilson is how the law firm figured out he was stealing is because of what happened with Chris Wilson. That is where it all started to unravel.
Ms. Waters, I'm fooling with this microphone and I may have missed a nuance in your question. Could you ask that again? I apologize. Trying to quit leaning, but apparently I can't stretch it out any further.
Is it common in plaintiff's cases for lawyers, let's say within the firm, or lawyers within the firm and lawyers outside of the firm to share cases?
Yes, I do that probably 70% of my practices with other law firms.
And in that instance, do you have to split the fee in the event there's a recovery by settlement or trial?
Yes, if there's a recovery upfront before when the case begins, the work begins, there's an agreement on how a fee is going to be split with the other law firm. Sometimes there may be multiple law firms in a given case.
And are there instances then when the other law firm is responsible for dispersing the money, including dispersing the fees to PMPED?
Yes, that happens quite often.
And if a lawyer in PMPED were to have those fees made out to him or her instead of the firm, what would that be?
Well, it would be against our policy, but it would be stealing the fees from the firm if they did not come to the firm because they belong to the law firm.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant himself. What's your observation of the defendant's cell phone usage?
A rather multi-million-dollar question.
Oh, he was somebody who uses.
And that's the thing, right? Because on top of the money he was making, all of the stealing, like so much stealing for so many years.
Phone a lot. I mean, much more than I do. He was always on his cell phone.
Always on his phone.
And describe a little bit about your observations of him as a lawyer. What were his skills as a lawyer? What was he good at?
Elliot was a very good lawyer. He was good with people, very, very good at reading people, very good at understanding people, and very good at making people believe that he cared about them and building a rapport and trust with them. And he was very good with strategizing against insurance companies and opposing lawyers that ultimately got oftentimes results that the lawyers in the firm would be really amazed at what a good job he was able to do.
Was he good at understanding the emotional value of a case and being able to leverage that?
Yes, I mean, that goes hand in hand with what I just said. It's very much a strength that he had.
Was he a good technical lawyer? Did he have a lot of academic and technical skills as a lawyer?
Well, I'm not going to judge his intelligence because I think he's very intelligent. As far as being a real student of the law, probably wasn't, and never developed a technical expertise like some lawyers will. Some lawyers specialize in one thing, like medical malpractice, and that's all they do.
This is really good. Listen to this, guys.
But he didn't. He was more of a general practitioner.
Okay, maybe it comes out later. Let me see.
Around the time of
Maybe it comes out later, and maybe it's a different witness, but one of the witnesses will say well, I'm not going to spoil it. Let me just put it this way. I'm not going to spoil it. But there's a question that's asked, a similar question that's asked of a witness, and the answer is really interesting. Yeah.
recession back 2008, 2009, 2010. Did you ever have any conversations with the defendant and gain a general understanding of his financial condition at that time?
I did.
And tell the jury what that was, please.
Well, for a number of years, Barrett and one of his non-lawyer business, Alec and one of his non-lawyer business partners, a guy named Barrett Boulware, they did a lot of real estate transactions, just buying land and speculating on it. And I think leading up to that, they had
Like Redbeard.
purchased some property that speculating that they could sell it, maybe some developmental property. And of course, we all know what happened in 2008, 2009. That market went bad, and I think both Barrett as well as maybe some of the other partners did not have the financial ability to deal with those loans that they had financed it. And so I think Alec was having to carry a lot of that, and it put a strain on him financially.
At some point after that, so your discussions with him and to your knowledge of the cases in the firm, did he have some big cases that you thought had rectified that strain, that financial strain?
Yes, there was a string of rather large cases. Some of them I actually worked on with him that resulted in very large settlements. That would have been my understanding, would have certainly been sufficient to rectify that, as well as, I believe, ultimately some of that property that was causing a strain was they were able to sell it. So long answer, yeah, yes.
What were some of those cases that you thought at least had rectified any financial issues that he had?
A case referred to as Plyler, and these are internally the way we refer to them.
So, and remember, that's one of the cases he's about to name, which are the cases that were so huge that the settlement and the money that he would have made, again, it's like you would have more than made up for the money lost on the real estate. These are all cases. These are all clients that were either catastrophically injured or wrongful death. And these are the ones he stole all the money from. Plyler, Pinckney, he stole all of their money. They never got their money. Millions of dollars. They never got it. He took it.
Pinckney, which also had a companion case,
You know,
Thomas. I think the Plyler case was actually.
Twiz, I haven't. And I was actually thinking to myself, that's interesting. I haven't seen Denise in a while. I was thinking that. And then I figured, well, she's probably just busy with like trials and whatnot. But it's interesting that you mentioned that. So you've not heard from her either. Have you messaged her? I have not. I thought about messaging her on Discord. I literally was thinking this today. But then I thought, well, she's probably just busy. Okay, you messaged her earlier. No response. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Has Heather heard from her? Yeah, I haven't gotten a message from her. It's been a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I'll send her a message too tomorrow and we'll see. I don't have like a phone number for her or anything, but again, it could just be that she's like in the middle of a, we know how it is, right? When they're prepping for trial. So maybe I don't have her number. Nope. Don't. But that's one thing that's awesome about Squirrel Crew, right? We have each other's backs. When we haven't heard from somebody in a while, we're like, all right, let's make sure everybody's okay. So we need to we could set up like a Squirrel Crew, like, what do they call it? Like a Squirrel Crew, like, what is it called? Like, like a safety buddy or whatever they call it. Oh, Heather got a message there. Okay. Hey, glad you're back. Okay. So then you've probably heard from her more recently than I have. From what I can recall. Phone tree. Yeah. Phone tree. Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go. Yeah. I'm trying to think. There's a TV show where they have a funny name for this. Did any of you guys watch the TV show Girls on HBO a long time ago? I think it was from that show, maybe. They had a funny or witty name for this. And I think it was that show anyway. I'm trying to remember. But it was like a system for like when it's been X amount of time, right? That no one's heard from somebody. Like, this is like how much time it would be for that person to be like, we need to make sure they're okay type thing. And like, but they had it in a way that it wasn't morbid, but it was like dark humor, right? It was like, but also just like practical. But then they had like a system for it. Like, yeah, anyway, that's what I'm thinking. Right. No, we've heard from you today, right? I have not seen or heard from Denise. And so it's funny. I was thinking that, and Twiz hasn't heard from her either. Yeah. Phone tree. Yeah. Like a system. A Squirrel Crew phone tree system. We'll have to think of a name and a system for it for people that want to participate.
4 cases, but we referred to it as one. And then he had a case called Badger, and those cases would have been large cases.
And that's
And he stole
from your understanding that the legitimate legal fees from those cases were very, very large.
the legitimate.
Yes, the law firm earned, and subsequently, Mr. Murdaugh would have earned good income off those cases.
Even if he didn't steal all their money.
Are you generally familiar with what's called the boat case?
Yes.
Everyone knows that.
And is that the February 2019 boat wreck in which Mrs. Mallory Beach was killed?
Here we go.
Yes, Ms. Beach actually worked for my wife.
Somebody you knew?
Okay, so here's where just, again, the layers. So now we're getting into the boat case, but listen to this. Mallory worked for his wife, he says.
Called the boat case?
Incredible.
Yes.
And is that
This is where the layers of hurt and grief and sorrow and betrayal just go so fucking deep. It's insane. Insane.
February 2019 boat wreck in which Mrs. Mallory Beach was killed?
Yes, Ms. Beach actually worked for my wife.
Somebody you knew?
Yeah, I knew her as well as other girls and Paul.
As a result of that boat case, was it your understanding that the defendant had been civilly sued as a result of that?
Yes, there was a lawsuit brought against Alec and others.
And here's the thing. We're going to hear about how Paul was like a son to him. They were so fucking close. It's so depressingly sad. Him and Paul were so close. Alex was one of his best friends, his law partner, basically family. Mallory worked for his wife. Okay, before even the murders, right? Think about how hard this would be when everybody got really divided over this whole Mallory Beach thing. And it's like, you love both of them and you're close with both of them. I mean, you know what I mean? And how awful that would be. And then you add in Alex with the murders and it just, and then the money, it's like, how many ways can you tear a community apart? And in every possible fucking way imaginable. But like, when you think, like, it's just hard to fathom what Ronnie Crosby went through. It's really hard to fathom. It's hard.
Moving on from the boat case, did you ever have any conversation with, after the boat case, did you have any conversation with Alec about structuring his fees in a particular case?
You know, that conversation had come up around the office with not only him, but other lawyers over the years. To my knowledge, I was the only lawyer to ever do that. But he did sometime in the spring of 2021, he had a conversation with me about that.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with him?
I think it was just generally asking me, how it was, done, whether I thought it was a good idea, what the process was, that type of thing. And I don't recall the very specifics, but I do recall telling him that given the low interest rates, that it wouldn't be very fruitful. If you had high interest rates and you can buy into a lot on an annuity, it would make sense. But, there were pretty much zero interest rates during that time.
When you made that point, did he have any response to that?
Other than he was thinking about doing that.
Now, you mentioned that you're actually the only one in the firm that you recall doing structuring some fees. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that's a fact, not just that I recall.
And though you actually set up a real structure, correct?
Well, yeah, I did.
All right. You didn't just.
Too fast. I'm going to start this comment. I appreciate this question, and I would love to answer that. I'm going to wait until we get to a good stopping point, maybe in between witnesses, but I've started the question so I don't forget. And actually, I need to remember to just do that, right? Like, I need to just remember that I can star stuff. If it's a good question or something, or, whatever, where it's like, I want to answer, I'm the type, I'm an open book, right? I'm going to answer things fully. And I'd rather be able to give like a full, thoughtful answer without fully disrupting the testimony, if that makes sense. So I've started the comment and I will make sure to answer it at a good stopping point.
Just divert the fees into another account and spend them.
Thank you for that, Victorine.
No, and to clarify, and I think Ms. Seckinger touched on it, was the traditional way of doing it to avoid taxes until you're older is you never take what's called constructive possession of the money. So whoever, if it's an insurance company or whoever's paying the money, would pay to the annuity company, and they would buy an annuity, and you'd have a contract, and then whatever the terms is when you would start receiving that money, and then you start paying taxes on it. You can take a structure without, their sense can become other ones, but they don't have the tax advantages. They don't really make much sense. Where you can take the money and then you're basically just buying an annuity.
Before I move on, do you know a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
Oh my God.
Or do you know of a person by the name
It
of Gloria
just, it's
Satterfield?
worse and worse.
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
Oh God.
Did she have any employment relationship with the defendant to your knowledge?
Yeah.
But of course he did. Like, of course he knew her and knew her for a lot of years. It's just, it would almost be better for, in terms of like the element of grief here, if somebody didn't know somebody for their whole lives. But unfortunately, that is not the situation that they are in. They all knew each other and they were all best friends and family and trusted each other. And it's all the levels of sadness.
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
My understanding was that she was tripped by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head, and approximately 3 weeks later, she died. I don't think she ever came out of the hospital.
Did you ever talk to the
it's interesting because all these different law partners have to answer these similar questions, and you can get a feel for how much they bought that story, right? Let me put this on normal speed so we can hear him answering that question again, because this is crucial. I really think that the Gloria Satterfield case has a lot to do with why we are here, as in this murder case. Okay. But I want to hear the part again. I'm putting it on normal speed about the dogs.
Before I move on, do you know a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield? Or do you know of a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
And did she have any employment relationship with the defendant, to your knowledge?
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
And there you go. Another overlap. So Gloria Satterfield also worked for him a little bit too. Jesus.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
My understanding was that she was tripped by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head, and approximately 3 weeks later, she died. I don't think she ever came out of the hospital.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about that event?
I recall having a brief conversation. It really wasn't a conversation. It was more him saying that the dogs knocked it down and that the kids were going to sue him for Gloria's death.
Oh my God.
The kids, which kids are you talking about?
Gloria's 2 boys, I believe she has.
When you say the kids were going to sue him, did he say it in the fashion of that was going to be an aggressive suit, or did he say it in the way that he was going to help out?
Oh, I understood exactly that it was going to be a friendly insurance claim, so to speak, so that, hey, this happened in hopes that the insurance company would probably pay them some amount of money. I took it to help them out.
Did you ever have any other conversations with him about that case?
Not
Other
unless
than
it's
that
the
one?
insurance company.
Never had another conversation. Well, no, I've never had another conversation with him about it.
Are you familiar with the case known as the Ferris case, or the Mack Trucks case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Did you have any involvement in that case?
Yes,
Case. This is the one that Alex ended up sharing with Chris Wilson, and where everything started to. If it was because of this case that the law firm again discovered what he was doing.
early on, I had some involvement. I was asked to get involved because it dealt with product failure, which is going back to your reference. It's sort of been my specialty over the years. It was where a drive shaft had fallen out of a Mack truck and caused a motorist to have an accident. And when we looked into it, and it turned out there was a recall on it, and so it pretty much made it where it wasn't going to be much of a fight about Mack's responsibility. And so I knew it then. And then when I didn't do anything else in it until it was coming up to trial, and I spent a lot of time talking with Alec about evidentiary issues, witnesses, how they were trying the case, and the posture of it, that type of thing. So yeah, I was familiar with it.
Okay. Did you ultimately get involved? Were you one of the lawyers representing the Ferrises?
No, I did not help him try it.
Did he have an outside lawyer associated with that, or were there lawyers from other firms associated with that?
Well, as I referenced earlier, sometimes there's more than just 2 law firms. There was a lawyer, a friend of ours in Columbia, that got named Mr. Ridgway, got Mr. Chris Wilson involved, and then in turn,
Chris
Chris Wilson asked Alec to get involved,
Okay.
which Alec and Chris have
Remember,
worked
this
together
matters
a good bit over the years.
because we're going to hear. I believe Chris Wilson is directly after Ronnie. I mean, one of the most important witnesses, in my opinion, for this case.
So there's 3 law firms.
At some point,
It's the popcorn like Boom Chicka Pop, or well, I will say even like the popcorn that has butter, quote unquote, like movie theater popcorn. You have to check, but usually that butter is not real. Like it's like made with oil, like margarine, right? Like a lot of like butter things, if it's a snack, it may or may not actually have dairy. So even some of the popcorn in the bags, like that's butter flavored, I just read the label, but oftentimes and most of the time there's no dairy or no milk derivatives. But I'm talking about the ones like there's like kettle corn, or it's just like sea salt, right? To where there's not even a fake butter flavor. It's just like, honestly, the butter flavor kind of gets in the way of the corn flavor. Some of you guys have heard me talk about how much I freaking love corn. I love corn. Oh, good. Did she answer the phone? Good. Thank you, Twiz. Thank you. Yes. And honestly, we need to all be thanking Denise and Twiz, because this gave us a good inspiration for coming up with a squirrel phone tree in case of emergencies to make sure people are alive. So hopefully Denise will join us so we can all give her lots of virtual hugs and be glad that she is alive and rejoice in her aliveness. Oh, her nephew is there. Okay, good. That's right. I remember she did have family. I guess they were there for quite a while. Okay, good. Excellent. I'm sure she will be glad to know that we noticed enough and missed her enough to check in. So yeah, but anyway, corn. I just love corn so much that like just the corn, popcorn with just the salt, is enough for me. Like I want to be able to taste the corn. To where like extreme butter flavor is not for me anyway, even if it's the vegan type, which usually they are, like I said. And kettle corn's okay. Same with like the spicy corn. I love spicy foods, but again, it's just like I want to be able to taste the corn, like the corn with the salt. You know? Are you saying that the phone tree is super idea? I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, I think it's not many places can say that they've got people that care about each other so that much, but also like we all know each other and notice when people are not here, and it's a small enough tight knit group. Okay, cool, awesome, yeah. So yeah, we can totally get that set up, and we can do it through Discord, and then maybe if people want to provide phone numbers as well, it can be an optional thing. I'll have to figure out a way to do it. I'm sure there's ways to do it, right? Where it's like, I guess only people on Discord would see it. I'll do some research and see if there's suggestions for that, because I know that, I respect people's privacy, that, not everybody wants to be doing that, but this would be like a voluntary thing. And yeah, so only like where I want it to be where only people who are participating and want to do it could be, privy to that information. So, but I'll do some research and see if there's a good way to do it. I know like on Discord, you can have things like redacted, but I'm not sure how that works with the permissions. But what I do love that Discord offers is there's so many ways to customize things that I wouldn't be surprised if it has options for what I'm thinking of. So
point in May of 2021,
Love
did
you,
you
Denise.
ever have a conversation with Jeanne Seckinger about well, let me back up. So ultimately, did Alec and these other lawyers try the fair?
Jeanne Seckinger, for those of you guys who are not as familiar, Jeanne Seckinger is a lady who was testifying just before Ronnie Crosby, who we just heard the tail end of her testimony. And I was explaining that she was a paralegal who worked her way up.
First case?
They did.
Did they get a recovery in that case?
They did.
And you know how much Ellen Murdaugh's share of the recovery was supposed to be?
The verdict was several $1 million. I believe that would have been in February of 2021. I believe the share that was supposed to go to PMPED was $792,000 as our portion of the fees.
Oh, the 790.
Correct me, that was the amount that was supposed to go to the firm, correct?
That's correct.
$792,000. Did you ever, in May of 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Jeanne Seckinger about those fees?
I did.
And tell me what that conversation was, please.
It was sometime
This is it.
in close.
So remember, like I said, there's two things happening at the same time. One is the discovery being requested about his financial records for the boat case, right? And Alex knows about that because there's motions to compel and whatnot. But this $792,000 with this case that he shared with Chris Wilson and this whole thing, this is the one that set it off for the firm recognizing something was wrong. And so these were happening again at the same time, but Alex didn't really know that the firm was figuring this out or that they had discovered one of these checks about fake forge. Because the reason they discovered the fake forge check was because of this whole, they were trying to solve this other thing with the fees and they didn't think he was stealing, right? But he didn't know about this. And this is like I was saying earlier, this is the thing that would have happened anyway, even if it weren't for the boat case, right?
Close relation to Alec asking me about structure and attorney's fees. I walked in Lee Cope's office. Lee and Jeannie were having a conversation about that issue and her efforts to get all the paperwork on the Ferris matter. And she was frustrated. She thought she was getting the runaround both from Chris Wilson and Alec. And then she mentioned something to me about that he had suggested to her that he was trying to hide fees from the voting case.
All right, and what was your reaction to that when you heard that?
Do you want me to say what I said?
You can say the sanitized version, or you can say the real version, either way.
I said, oh, fuck, no, we're not.
All right, and why was that your reaction?
Yes, sir, you fucking did. Let's hear that again on normal speed. Good for him. I love that Creighton gives him the option. And Ronnie Crosby takes that option, the real thing, because he wants the jury to know how he felt about this.
Do you want me to say what I said?
Yes.
You can say the sanitized version, or you can say the real version, either way.
I said, oh, fuck, no, we're not.
All right, and why was that your reaction?
Well, because to do that under any circumstance was illegal, unethical, and he would be putting us at risk. And we absolutely were not going to participate in anything that was illegal, unethical, or subjected us to liability or created issues with the South Carolina bar.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the discussion of the firm leadership that needed to be gotten to the bottom of to make sure that didn't happen?
Well, it was Lee, I, and Jeannie, and we put it in her hands because if she told us that she was being told it was in trust at Chris Wilson's office, and I had no reason to doubt that. I thought he was just trying to take it out in some other way so it didn't go through our system or something, which would also have been tax fraud on our part, not to have that accounted for, because we would have got a 1099 at some point in time. And just it was myriad reasons why that wasn't going to ever happen. But I thought if they're saying it was there, Jeannie, just take care of it, get the money. And I didn't think any more about it, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was any stealing going on or anything. I thought that, okay, he's got pressure on him from this Bowden case, and maybe thinks if he did an annuity out of Chris's trust account, that it wouldn't be accounted for, but it ultimately had to be accounted for. And I knew that. I do it involved a lot of our overseeing, a lot of the accounting and understand it. And there's just no damn way we were going to do that.
At that point in time, you just said you didn't think there was any stealing going on at that point. Not yet, at least.
No, that never came up during that period. We're talking late May of 2021.
Let me ask you this. You've known the defendant since the 90s?
Oh,
I have.
Did you get to know his family?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to know Maggie?
I knew Maggie.
Did you know her fairly well?
I felt like I did, yes. He was a very nice person.
Did you know Paul?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of how you knew Paul.
oh, oh. Wow.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
I knew Paul since he was born.
Together.
Both he and Buster had always referred to me as Uncle Ronnie. We lived just across the way from each other, so I got to know him. I don't know if he used to, when he got into hunting, he hunted a lot on my property, he and Buster. I have a farm right here in Colvin County where I grew up. And so I got to know him, that way. And then Paul was, didn't think this would be that hard.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Take your time.
Oh,
Paul was really good with kids.
oh.
And he took a liking to my son, who was younger, but he spent a lot of time with him. He'd take him hunting, fishing. They did a lot of hog hunting together. Paul had some hog dogs and, just was around him a lot. He had a great personality.
I will say that is, for all of Paul's flaws, I will say that is a rare trait for someone who's a teenager, right? to befriend a younger kid when it's not really cool anymore, right? And to like hang out with them and not treat them like a little kid, but to treat them like an actual person. The way that he's referencing is pretty unusual for most kids that age, right? That shows like a level of compassion in a way. And I mean, obviously Paul made a lot of really terrible choices. There's no doubt about that. But I appreciate that we're getting to see, you know, nobody wants to be remembered for only their worst moments and the worst thing they've done, right? And I do love that with these witnesses and their candor and their honesty, and they're willing to be vulnerable on the witness stand. You do get you get the full picture of these people, including of the defendant, right? And how they feel about him. I mean, to quote Chris Wilson from the proffer on the last one, you know, Creighton directly asks him, like, you know, do you believe that he ever really was your best friend? And Chris Wilson's like crying, and he's like, I don't know what to believe anymore, Mr. Waters. And it's just like heart-wrenching. Most people don't go there, right? Some people don't go there anywhere, ever. But most people aren't going to go there in a highly publicized trial with cameras, you know, on the witness stand. And they all go there. Every one of these witnesses goes there. And the only one who doesn't is Alex. He just doesn't go there, right? And when I say go there, I mean the honesty, right? Not just acting like what Alex, I don't even know what to call it, what he does. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. But everybody else, every one of these other witnesses that is a family member or a friend of the family, they all go there. And that's just something that is not common these days, you know, in this setting, right? But even not in this setting, right? Does anyone else want to kick Alex? Yes, definitely. That was unforgettable. You're saying with Chris Wilson and the dude, it's just, yeah. I mean, with Ronnie, with Chris, with Mark Ball, and even with John Marvin, there's just a lot of genuine moments in this trial where you feel literally what they're feeling. And it's not because they're trying to get you to feel a certain way. I think that's part of why I love this trial, because a lot of times you get people trying to manipulate you to feel one way or another in a trial. I mean, that's really what kind of trials are in a way, right? And people have an agenda and da-da. In this trial, it's like, it's just so raw and genuine. Again, with the exception of Alex, right? Who's trying to manipulate everybody still. But all the other lay witnesses, even Alex's own brother, John Marvin, you know, his other siblings don't take the stand. And even with Buster, I will be I'll be happy when we get to the part we can go through Buster's testimony again, because there's a lot of things that are really subtle there that I think a lot of people might miss. Were not for studying this to levels that are just insane and really have no justification, which is why, like, I'm happy to be covering this, because it's like I can put some of this to use. But Buster's in a different situation than the other witnesses, as you guys, I'm sure, can understand why. So he's not able to fully go there as much as others, but it's there under the surface. But everybody else fully goes there on the witness stand. And it's really, I just respect and commend them for that, you know?
It's
right,
really,
Heather?
you know, somebody kid I
Okay.
really love, you know.
All that come over to your property a good bit?
Yes, and then, you know, and then sometimes as my son got older.
And the other thing is you can feel the conflict too, right? Because they're all still so conflicted, right? That's the other thing. Because it's not just, they're not even just like flat out angry at Alex. They're like, they are in a way, but they're also like, I still love him. It's like, I still love him, but I hate him. But like, I don't know what to think. And it's like that level of conflict because they still want to forgive him. It's just so human, you know?
He would go over to Moselle and hunt with Parker. I hunt with Paul.
Do you remember June 7th, 2021?
I do.
Oh God. Wait, you're saying that.
Did you see Alec earlier that day?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you see the defendant at any point during that day that you recall?
You know, I don't recall whether I saw him at the office. I
For
was,
sure. I agree. 100%.
had been in a trial in Columbia that settled. It was a couple of week trial and it settled on Friday afternoon. And I came to the office to dig out some stuff, but it's fishing season.
Murders.
And,
The day of the
I
murders.
promised my son as soon as I got out of trial, we'd go offshore fishing. So I would have left
June
work
7th, 2021 is the day of the murders.
early that day to go get the boat prepared to go fishing. So I don't remember seeing Alec that morning or at the office. I could have, but it would have been, I saw him later that night, yes, sometime around 11 p.m.
Before we get there, were you at home at that time?
Yeah, I was at home. We just got finished getting the boat ready. You know, as a matter of fact, by way of example, we had invited Paul to go fishing with us the next day, and he had to work and couldn't go. My son had called him about it. You know, it was, you know, I think we had just eaten supper and, you know, sitting there looking at weather and looking at all the things you do before you go offshore.
What happened? Did you get a phone?
You guys hear that part? They invited Paul, to go fishing with them. And he couldn't go because he had to work. He was working for John Marvin. Had he gone fishing with them? I mean, had he gone fishing with them, Alex would have had to, I guess, postpone his plan. But just thinking about how this must feel for Ronnie Crosby, right? Because for Ronnie Crosby and for his son, who again is much younger than Paul, you have to wonder if, I mean, not that they should, but right, it's just like the survivor's guilt. It's like if he'd only gone fishing with them, right? Fuck.
Phone call? Did you get a text?
My wife got a phone call, I believe, from Randy's wife wanting my partner, Mark Ball's wife, Lisa's phone number. She's a registered nurse. And it was sort of a quick phone call. She gave it to her. I don't know if Christy just couldn't get it at the time. And at some point after that, I called Randy and asked him, you know, what was going on. And I don't remember his exact words, but it was something about Maggie and Paul being shot.
When you heard that, what was your reaction?
I guess the best to describe as shock, alarm. I immediately told my wife I had to go, and I got in my vehicle and started headed to Moselle.
Did you get there? About what time do you think you got there?
I did get there and arrived at, I'm going to say somewhere on one side or the other of 11 o'clock.
Did you go to the residence or did you go to the kennels?
Well, when I got there, I could see the lights. I didn't know where to go, but when I got there, I could see the lights at the kennels. And I was familiar with Moselle, having been there many times. And so I went to the lights. You could see there was law enforcement lights, maybe could have been a Carlton Fire and Rescue, but it was obvious that's where you needed to go. So I came in the main gate and turned right on what used to be a runway and went straight to the kennels.
You get out of your car?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone at that point?
I'm confident that my partner, Mark Ball, was already there. Alec was there. And I know I spoke with both of them.
Were Maggie and Paul still there?
Yeah, Maggie and Paul were there.
Did you talk to the defendant at any point that night?
I did.
How long did you stay at Moselle after that first time you arrived? After Maggie and Paul's work?
We stayed outside, and at some point, I'm going to say I stayed until about 3:30. It just seems we were standing around back in the house, and the it just like we didn't know what to do or what to say. And I knew that Elliot was going to have a long few days, several days coming up. And I was like, guys, we're not doing any good here. We need to all go get some sleep and so we can deal with tomorrow. And I think I was the first one to leave, and I almost feel like everybody else pretty much left in the period of time after that. But I know I was the first to leave, and I think it was around 3:30.
Did you return to Moselle the next day?
I did.
Did you have conversations with the defendant the next day?
Oh dear.
Yes.
Over the course of the night of and the next day, you have conversations with the defendant. Did he either tell you, or were you present when he related to you his activities the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, I gained an understanding of the events of that night over multiple conversations and sometimes perhaps just questions, because I mean, without being a lawyer, you would want to figure that out, and being a lawyer and just having something so horrific, we wanted to contribute anything we could to help figure out who did this, who did it.
And what did Alec tell you about his activities that night?
He told me, and when I say me, there may have been multiple people in these conversations. I mean, we were all back at the house at Moselle providing support for, our friend who just lost his family. And that he'd worked, and I'm somewhere 5:30 to 6 had left work, that he went to Moselle, that Paul had come home from work, and that they rode around.
And he wouldn't have gone there except for Alex made a big fuss about the freaking sunflowers in the dove field and whatnot, because and they needed to get, like, basically Alex had all these, he needed Paul to come over. Remember, he lured Paul and Maggie there, right? Because they weren't living there.
And then at some point, they went back to the house and had dinner. And Maggie was there, is my understanding. And then after dinner, that Maggie and Paul went outside and to the dog kennels, and that he sat on the couch and fell asleep. And that would have been around 8 o'clock that he sat on the couch and ultimately fell asleep.
He said between 8 and 9 o'clock he was asleep on the couch, or he was at the house.
He said I took it that he laid down on the couch, maybe watching TV, and fell asleep. And then around 9 o'clock, he woke up. And then somewhere around 9 o'clock, he went to back to Varnville, to Alameda, to check on his mother.
And what did he say after that? He did after that.
Well, he said he laid on the bed with her. He didn't give a time, but that he laid there. I took it he was just sort of laying there to comfort her, because I understood her condition. And then he said that he came back to Moselle and that he went to the house, and that when he got to the house, he discovered that Maggie and Paul were not there, and that he then got back in his car, or his Suburban, which was an office-issued vehicle, and he drove down to the kennels. And it's more than just kennels there. I think y'all seen maybe the sheds there. And he discovered Maggie and Paul's bodies.
Did he say whether or not he had gone down to the kennels with Maggie and Paul before he left to go to Alameda after 9 p.m.?
That came up in one of the conversations, and he specifically said that he did not.
He did not.
He did not.
I'm going to play for you what's been admitted into evidence as States 297. I want you to listen to it and tell me if you recognize any voices on this video, please.
Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Okay. Hey, he got burgers now. Bubba. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quick.
Did you recognize any voices on that video?
The three voices on that video are the voices of Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alec Murdaugh.
And how sure are you? How sure are you?
I'm 100% sure that's whose voices are on that, the audio there.
Is this a law firm pretty close knit?
Yeah, we're very close knit. A group of lawyers. I think we have a very family-like environment with our staff, as well as the lawyers are all very close. A lot of us do and still do, a lot of activities together. Our families grew up together. Been a great experience working with these guys.
Did this these murders of Maggie and Paul, did it send a shockwave through the law firm, greater family?
Well, yes, it did. Just beyond the horror and disbelief, we didn't have an understanding. I mean, the staff had a general sense of insecurity and fear. We had to take a lot of security measures because we did not have an understanding of what the possibilities out there could be. And then this horrific loss of, I think Paul had, the kids, Maggie would come up to the law firm regularly, maybe need to use computer or just to see Alec or whatever. So, and it was as much of a shock as you could imagine.
In the wake of this tragedy, did the law firm family rally to the defendant's aid?
We did. We were there every day for the rest of the week. And as you already know, Mr. Randolph passed away in the wake of this. So it was a really bad week where the Murdaugh family in particular, but all of us needed to be together to support each other.
With all of this tragedy and the support and the outpouring and everything going on, did you have any discussion about what to do about the Ferris fees, or was there a discussion that this can't be the time to bring this up?
The only discussion that I recall was Alec told you they were in trust. There's no way we're going to talk about money in this. And we had no reason to not believe that. I wasn't aware of some of Jeannie's conversations. I was aware that Alec told her they were in trust. I trusted him, and I said, let's just leave it be. I don't know. It's just not something that you would talk about as money in the wake of such tragedy that had gone on the week of June 7th, including the loss of Mr. Randolph.
At some point in July of 2021, did it come to your understanding that at least the firm had heard from Chris Wilson's firm that supposedly those missing fees were in his trust account?
That was reported to me. I did not look at the email, but it was reported, and that was even further confirmation that we didn't have an issue, because we had worked on many cases with Mr. Wilson's law firm, and if he's said it, another lawyer who's a friend and colleague said, I've got the money, then, it wasn't something to be concerned about.
Before I get to ask you this, you said that you had developed a relationship with Paul, is that right?
Yes,
Did you eulogize Paul at his funeral?
I did.
And you and your son like to hunt and fish and do outdoor things with Paul?
We did.
And that's how you got to know him well?
Well, you got to understand that even like when we go to legal conventions, a lot of time we take our kids with us. And I was just around Paul a lot. It wasn't just hunting and fishing, but he pretty much had free reign of my property. But he would always tell me, Paul was a very polite young man, and he wouldn't just go, even though he could. He would always let me know. And he killed a lot of his first deer on our property, and just got to see him grow up.
Did Paul have a shotgun he favored, to your knowledge?
I would see Paul with a like a 12 gauge Benelli Super Black Eagle.
Shotgun.
Yeah, I've seen him with that a number of times.
Yeah.
Did Paul occasionally like to hunt hogs?
There was a period of time where he was obsessed with it. He had dogs and those 300 Blackout with thermal scopes, and he would do it. And I love for him to come to my property to do it, because anybody has ever seen what hogs do to property, they're a nuisance. And so I was happy for him to come and shoot them.
And he used what gun for that?
Well, in the early years, he used a 300 a lot, and then they got where they were catching them and killing them with knives and stuff like that. So they the hog hunters do it in different ways, but the 300 Blackout, I think, was usually accompanying them.
In the aftermath of the murders, did you have any conversation, or were you privy to any conversation in which Alec talked about the family 300 Blackouts?
Well,
Remember, the murder weapons, the guns were never recovered. So they're having to, establish that it was guns owned by Alex, right? Or the family.
the day after, I saw the casings that night and thought that they were 223s. And when I found out the next day from somebody with Carlton County, one of the guys I knew who was there were actually 300 Blackouts. We started inquiring of where Paul's and Buster's 300 Blackouts were located. And I remember asking Alec about it, and he said that one of them was in the room and that he didn't know where the other one was.
Did he mention a third one at that time?
At some point, he did. That there was
Go ahead.
He said that one of them had gotten stolen or misplaced, which if it was misplaced, that would not seem odd to me because Paul was pretty good about, he would sometimes leave his guns at my place. And then he had bought a replacement at some point in time. I don't recall the dates on any of that.
Did he tell you what happened to the replacement?
No, I assumed that the replacement was, that they still had the replacement. I never heard anything about anything with the replacement, just that they had a total of 3. And I remembered that Mr. Bedingfield had built those rifles.
You testified that after moving into July and August, you'd gotten an email, or at least been informed that there had been some representation that Chris Wilson had those fees, correct?
That's correct.
Moving into September of 2021, did you have any trial or anything going on that you were actively involved in at the time?
At the end of August, early September, I was getting ready for a products liability trial over in Dorchester County that was going to last several weeks.
Did you receive any communications from your firm about any issues regarding the defendant?
We were doing pretrial motions, things that you do before trial starts. There's a lot of work that gets done by the court. And so we were taking care of a lot of things that would keep the jury from waiting around during the trial beforehand. And September 2nd, we were over arguing motions and taking care of pretrial matters. And so when I got out of court, I saw that I missed communications from one of my partners, Mark Tinsley, and I called him, and he said, "We have a problem." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "You have to come now."
The money.
And I
So
said,
this is when he finds out about the money. So this is right after the murders, right? Now I think, what is it, September? And so they find out about stealing of the money.
"I'm just walking out of court. I need to go home and eat supper, and it's not on my way." And he never told me what it was, but he said, "You have to come now." And I could tell the urgency. And so he told me where to meet him, and that would have been in Cummings, South Carolina, at my partner Danny Henderson's place, and which was not on my way home, but he was so insistent that I went there and met. When I got there, Danny and Mark were there waiting on me.
And ultimately, what was your discussion?
I was giving a folder that had paperwork in it. And that paperwork consisted of checks, both front and back. And I was asked to review them.
Were those the what's been called the fake forged checks?
I believe the fake forged checks, there was not all of them that Ms. Seckinger went over, but I believe that there was, I could probably call the names of most of them that were there. I know it was Anderson, Bush, Moore. There was probably about 5 or 6 of them. And I believe they had a copy of the Ferris check there too.
Ferris check?
Yes, and I'd sat for a minute and reviewed it. I think Danny said, "You're going to need a drink." And so,
Did you have a drink?
yeah, ultimately more than one.
What happened after that?
Well, they didn't tell me what was in it. They let me review it on my own. And I immediately said, this is bad. And my words then were that we have to terminate Alec. He cannot no longer practice with us. And that was within, I don't know how many minutes, but it was not a long period of time, because the way Jeanne had it laid out, it was clear what had happened and that this money had been stolen.
Did any of the partners go to confront Alec with this information that had been uncovered?
Yes, there was a meeting the following morning at Lee's house. I did not attend. I did not need to attend. I was still getting ready for trial. I already decided where this was going, and they met, and then we, Danny and Randy, Alec's brother, went and met with Alec.
And what was your understanding of what the defendant said as a result of that?
That he admitted and said that he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time, and admitted to them that he did it.
long time no see, my friend.
Ultimately, did the firm engage in a very extensive investigation to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation that the defendant had done with related to client fee, or excuse me, firm fees or client money?
We did. We initially turned over what we had to state law enforcement, and then just decided to, we immediately decided to hire an outside auditor, a forensic auditor, to come in and look at our books to see if there was anything else. But parallel with that, we were doing our own internal investigation into his files.
And was Jeanne Seckinger, as your CFO, was she heavily involved in that review?
She was the point person doing that with whatever support staff she needed under my supervision and of Mark and Lee's supervision.
And have you seen spreadsheets that she's made and other documentation that's been put together and gathered by others in the firm as that investigation went forward?
I'm very familiar with all of it.
And are the results of those accurate as you've been able to review firm records and gather information?
The documents that were entered into evidence earlier today through Ms. Seckinger are accurate.
At any point in time, whether June of 2021 or going back years, if you, as a partner in PMPD, had found out that the defendant was allegedly diverting money to an account in the name of a business, an account that he actually controlled, and then converting that to personal use client money, what would you have done?
If I had become aware of it, he would have been asked to resign, or I would have forced a vote, and he would have been terminated under our contract.
What else, if anything, would you have done?
I would have done the same thing we did, would have turned it over to law enforcement and would have reported to the South Carolina bar because of it affected our business and our trust account.
If at any point over the years you had found out that the defendant had been diverting fees that were properly due the firm and spending those for personal use and never accounting for them and not being truthful with firm members, what, if anything, would you have done?
He would have been asked to resign, or a vote would have been called and he would have been terminated.
All right. What else would you have done, if anything?
Because that conduct would have been illegal, it would have been reported to law enforcement as well as the South Carolina bar.
Of course, the bar.
If at any point in
Oh, wow.
time you had
That's
uncovered or had discovered information that the defendant was having checks issued from the firm trust account in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and then having someone at the bank convert those into checks that he could use for personal use, what, if anything, would you have done?
Would have asked for his immediate resignation and or forced a vote, and he would have been terminated. His activities would have been reported to law enforcement as well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this, what I would call a money laundering scheme.
Oh, let's hear that again. Because remember all the questions about what's the deal with the money? Where's the money going? What's he doing? We just heard Ronnie Crosby's opinion on it, unsolicited from the prosecutor. He just offered that right on up. As an attorney.
As well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this, what I would call a money laundering scheme.
There you have it.
And in each one of those instances, would the firm have also engaged in a detailed review to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation?
Well, absolutely. And I could only wish that one of those clients early on had brought that something to our attention so we could have dealt with it years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Much further this time.
I'll stand for a moment.
Yeah, for those of you guys who didn't see any of the coverage of the Ezra trial, Spencer's saying the Ezra girl did. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Like I've said, Ezra's actually the worst. I think she's probably worse in a lot of ways than even Fievel and Lori. So I understand. I'm glad you're doing better though. Yeah. So for as far as the commands go, so you can't put the commands only work if it's at the very beginning. This isn't like, this is just how they work. This is a, what do you call it? This is science? No, computers. Anyway, it's just how it goes. So the commands have to start the beginning of the thing with the exclamation point and then the command. So if you do hug singular, it's going to say you hug somebody. And if you do hugs plural, it's going to say Nightbot hugs everyone. There you go. There you go. Okay. So Judge Newman, they're offering a stand break. Now cross-examination. Let's do a swoop for good measure.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
All right.
Can we get this photo taken down? Can we just kill it? Just kill it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Elmo.
Nice, Elmo.
That was the computer. But there it went. So it's good. It's good. Good. Thank you. Mr. Crosby, I was struck by a comment you made, and
Oh
I
dear.
just want to confirm it. You were informed by folks at the meeting when Alec was confronted about financial misdeeds. According to the reports you received, that Alec's response was he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time. Is that what was reported to you?
That's what I recall.
I like the idea of sticks. That's funny. That's funny. He's also George stick. By the way, y'all both have a proclivity for drumming, by the way. Twiz/sticks/Jordal stick and Spencer.
And he asked you to speak eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral, right?
He did, and I did.
And you very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
You said that Paul carried around a 300 Blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said.
That's my memory. And obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
If I showed you a
So here's what I'm
Benelli
gonna do.
Super Eagle that's in the courtroom, would you be able to recognize it's Paul's or not? Or?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm going to skip ahead to Chris Wilson, which I think is the next day. Yep. We're going to do Chris Wilson because I'm just so excited for that. Okay. We're going to go ahead to Chris Wilson. So, give me just a second. Pull that up. Yeah, we don't have a command for sing, although I don't know what it could be. Oh, you're saying I see. Yeah, so Twiz is saying he might miss it because he's used to seeing Twiz and like his eyeballs go to it, if I think is what he's saying. What am I looking? Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. So day 11. Okay, so we get today, on this day, we have Chris Wilson. I believe we get Mark Tinsley. All right. There's Annette Griswold. Okay. There's Michael Gunn. And then Chris Wilson, I believe, is after that. Oh boy, buckle up, guys. I'm just scrolling on the thing. I think they have him go right at the end of the day. Oh no, it's day 12. Okay, we'll come back to Dwight Falkowski. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Oh dear. I feel like there's no way I can prepare myself for this every time I've seen it. Yeah.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, and what you do for a living, please.
Well, as I said a moment ago, my name is Chris Wilson. I grew up in Bamberg, about 35, 40 minutes west of here. Graduated school there, went to school up in Spartanburg for college. Came back to Columbia to go to law school at USC. Finished law school in 1994, worked for a judge in Greenville for 1 year,
Sure did.
and then moved back to Bamberg where I grew up to practice law. And I've been practicing law there since 1995.
Are you going
Ready.
to have a solo practice in a firm?
Right now, it's me and one associate. I've had my own firm since 1998, and there have been varying associates that have worked with me, or at one time I had a couple partners, and one partner left, and then one partner moved, and so we split up as a result of that. But I've had my own practice since 98 with different people coming and going.
And what's the name of the practice?
Right now, it's Wilson Law Group.
Wilson Law Group?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what kind of legal work you do, please.
I do all kind of cases, but over the last 10 to 15 years, I've primarily concentrated on just personal injury cases. People that are injured in wrecks or hurt at work, or tractor trailer wrecks, especially a lot of those, just personal injury cases.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
Oh, do it.
You see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury?
Yes, sir. Redhead with the glasses over there between Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpoon.
Veronica, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Tell me how you came to know the defendant.
I've known Alex since we were in high school. I think I was a year younger than him, but Bamberg and Hampton are only about 30 miles apart. And so we had several mutual friends, people that I was closer to back then, but got to know and be around him some then. We played some ball against each other, and I think even played on the same ball team one summer. So I knew him a little bit through high school, but not much. Didn't keep in touch at all when we were in college. Started law school at the same time together, and became really close friends through law school. Lived together a little bit of that time. Finished law school. I moved to Greenville. He moved to Beaufort, and we would keep in touch some, but we were a little bit separated. And then when I moved back to Bamberg and he ultimately moved back to Hampton, we got much, much closer. Our wives had known each other through college, and so they became closer friends. Our kids grew up together. We just spent a lot of time together personally, and then he and I did a number of cases together. We worked professionally together.
So become close friends over the years?
Yes, sir.
Best friends?
Yes, sir. I considered him to be one of my best, if not my best friend. Yes, sir.
Did you get to know his family?
Very much. Not just his wife, not just Maggie, not just Paul, but, Buster and his parents, his in-laws, his brothers and sisters, his mom and daddy. I mean, the whole family. And they knew my family, or he knew my family.
James, I'm not sure what you mean for any bot. You mean like on other channels? You might mean for other channels. So for the commands only work on a specific channel. But what's really funny is sometimes other people have said that they will be in other channels and they'll be using the commands from this channel because they recognize it, know what it means. But yeah, they only work when it's in the channel because each channel sets it up with Nightbot, if that makes sense. Oh, did he ever? Did he ever? You're about to hear the most heartbreaking fucking shit ever. Dude, this is like the heart of this entire thing right here. This is like the culmination of it. Nightbot is the only bot for me. Samesies.
Y'all did things together socially?
Yes, sir. We had kids the same age. Our kids are close.
Oh, yeah.
We did a lot of things together, and we worked together.
Up until about June of 2021, did you talk to the defendant almost every day?
Yes, sir. I didn't see Alec all the time. Not every day, maybe not even once a week, but we talk by phone probably pretty much every day. Several times a day sometimes. Sometimes just about, Gamecocks and football and baseball and whatever. Sometimes about kids, sometimes about business, sometimes about cases we were working on. Just all kind of stuff.
Did you feel like you knew him pretty well?
I did.
He's just trying to hold it together as well.
You mentioned y'all worked some cases together. How many cases together did you work over the years?
Well, my firm, when I first started out by myself, was smaller. I didn't have a lot of resources. I was just getting started. His firm was bigger with a lot more resources and a lot more lawyers. They handled some bigger cases that I really wasn't capable of handling together on my own. And so when it first started out, I was associating him and his firm a lot more often, probably over the course of, these last 20 years, probably 25 or 30 cases. But it slowed down. I mean, as my firm got bigger and I became more experienced and could handle a lot more things on my own, it was less and less often that I would associate his firm. But if I ever felt like it could benefit my client with either the type of case that I was handling or where the case was going to be brought to have his firm involved, I would call Alec.
How many times do you think you worked a case with him or shared a case with him over the years?
Probably 30, maybe more.
When did that start, you think?
I opened my own. I didn't do it any until I opened my own office in '98. And I don't remember exactly when he moved back to Hampton from Beaufort, but it was probably starting in the early 2000s or somewhere thereabouts.
And were all of these plaintiffs' cases where y'all are representing a plaintiff who had had some alleged injuries or something like that, or suffered some sort of harm?
Yes, sir. I mean, there may have been, one or two here or there that was something different than a personal injury case, but almost everything was personal injury cases.
And were all these cases worked on contingency?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what a contingency is, how a lawyer gets paid with a contingency type case?
Sure. A contingency fee is basically the attorney and the client enter into an agreement on the front end of the case when the client retains the attorney. There are no attorney's fees up front. There's no prepayment. There's no hourly billing arrangement. Basically, the attorney has an interest in the case so that when the case resolves, the attorney receives as a fee a portion of the recovery. Generally, it's a third, sometimes 40%, depending on whether suit has to be filed or what type of case it is. But basically, the lawyer is taking all the risk in pursuing the case. If it doesn't work out well, the lawyer doesn't get paid for their time. And generally the lawyer fronts all the costs in pursuing the case for court fees, depositions, experts, all of that type of stuff. And so at the end, if there's a recovery, the attorneys repaid their fee contingent on a successful outcome and repaid whatever costs are advanced in the case.
Those costs and expenses, the cost of litigating the case, hiring an expert, travel, taking depositions,
Yes,
court costs, things like that.
Yes, it gets very expensive.
Do those come out of the lawyer's 33% or 40% of the recovery, or are those recovered separately from the lawyer's fees?
Separately and in addition to the fee.
In the cases that you've worked with Alec over the years, was he with PMPED during those cases?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I associated him on any cases when he was in Beaufort. It was not until he returned to Hampton.
If you are in your firm and Alec is in his firm and y'all are sharing a case and ultimately you're successful, there's a settlement, there's a trial verdict, and you get a recovery, how do you go about splitting that fee?
All of that's agreed to up on the front at the beginning of the case. So for instance, a client comes in and hires me for whatever reason, whatever type case. If I look at it and decide that I could use some help, either because there's a lawyer that knows that area of law better than I do, or maybe they're more local to the case, or maybe I just need some extra manpower, whatever it is. When I associate that lawyer and his firm, we make an agreement at the beginning as to what the fee split will be, and the client approves that and signs off on it. It's generally 50-50 on almost all the cases. I think on every case I ever worked with this firm, it was a 50-50 split on the fees.
In those cases that you worked with Alec over the years up until one at the end, did your office typically handle the disbursement of the fees when the settlement money came in?
Yes, sir. I mean, I've gone back through all my files, and with the exception of one or two cases that I think were a little bit different than normal, his firm had part of the family who had lost a loved one, and I had part of the family that had lost a loved one. And instead of them having a dispute about who was going to control and handle the case, we decided to work together, and so the firms worked together. And everything may have gone through them on those cases, but on cases that I associated his firm on, that I went to them to bring them into the case, I would generally handle the disbursements. Yes, sir.
All right. And when we say handle the disbursements, does that mean your office would handle actually cutting the checks to the client as well as to his firm for their share of the lawyer's fees, as well as their share of any expenses to be reimbursed?
Yes, sir. When the money would come in, whether it was by a settlement or a verdict that had been paid, the money would come to my office and it would have to sit in my account for the appropriate amount of time. And then when checks were ready to be written, I would write the checks to his firm for their fees and for their costs, to my firm for my fees and my costs, to any medical bills or liens or anything had to be paid, and to the client for their money.
And you would write the checks for his share of the fees to the firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To PMPED.
Just in the Discord.
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Elsroll.
When you would write those checks to his firm, would there be one check or two? Would you put the fees and his share of reimbursed costs in one check together, or would you write two separate checks?
Starting out, I think we would include, not just for his firm, but for my firm, fees and costs would be in the same check. And then, more than 10 years ago or so, and maybe even longer than that, we started doing it in 2 separate checks just to keep the accounting of it easier, to keep up with what part of payment was fees and what part of the payment was cost. So, over the last 15 years, it's been 2 checks.
Do you have a staff member who helps you? It's kind of your main staff member that might handle some of these disbursements?
I have several different staff people that help me handle cases and disbursements. I have a bookkeeper that keeps up with the checking accounts and writes all the checks that I instruct her to write, and then I'm the only person with signatory authority. And I have a staff member that helps me work cases and actually helps me put together disbursement sheets and check medical lien balances and who's owed what money and those type things.
And who is that person you're referring to?
Vicky is the person that helps me do all of that.
Do you ever call the working case with a defendant involving Mack trucks?
Yes, sir. I contacted Alec and his firm to get involved.
Okay, this is the case. Like I said, Ronnie Crosby set this up for us. This is the case. This is the one. The $792,000, you guys, that you heard about. This is the one.
Me and another lawyer on a case involving Mack trucks.
All right, and tell the jury just a little bit about the case without getting into too much detail. What kind of case was it?
Sure. So lawyer contacted me about a wreck that a client of his had been involved in. A drive shaft out of a Mack truck had fallen into the interstate as the vehicles were traveling down the road. This gentleman's vehicle, along with a bunch of other vehicles, hit this drive shaft, and he was injured. And so this lawyer, it was a trucking case when he first contacted me and looked at it, and that's a lot of what I do. So he called me for some help with that.
Okay. And so you got involved in this particular case?
I did.
As you looked at the particular case, did you decide to involve the defendant?
I did. Very quickly after looking at it, this other lawyer and I both realized that this case was probably a products liability case, that the drive shaft shouldn't have just fallen out of the truck for no reason like that, and that there might be something to do with a defect in the truck. And we found some information about a recall or a potential recall, and I knew that's what Alec and his firm specialized in, those type cases. So I called him and asked him to get involved. We were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to, so it was important to get somebody involved in it fast that knew what they were doing.
And did he agree to get in on this particular case?
Yes, sir.
So you got 3 attorneys in there who are going to split the fee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury again, without getting too much into the weeds, tell the jury a little bit about how the litigation went. Did y'all ultimately try the case and kind of set up how y'all ultimately got to that point?
Sure. So we actually brought 2 cases. We brought one case for the wife of the gentleman that was injured in the wreck for what are called loss of consortium claims. That generally is just the loss of a spouse, their loss of the services of their other spouse. Maybe that spouse can't do all the things around the home they used to do, or they can't be quite the husband or the wife that they were before. So we brought a claim for the wife for loss of consortium, and we brought a separate case for the husband for his personal injuries. Not to get too technical, but the wife's case, Mack Trucks didn't answer the papers like they were supposed to. And so they went into default on that case, and that put them in a really bad spot. On the husband's case, they answered the papers and initially contested the case. But after getting Alec and his firm involved in the case, we started doing discovery, which means we were asking for a bunch of documentation and things. And I'm not sure that they just didn't want us looking any further. And so they reached out to us, and we had communications with them about ways to try to pursue the case outside of the traditional going through all of that and going to a jury trial. COVID had hit, and so things were slowed up in the court. And ultimately, we reached an agreement to try both of those cases together in front of a judge without a jury. Both parties waived any rights to appeal. Mack Trucks admitted liability. And
also known as a bench trial, guys. When he says they tried it in front of a judge without a jury, the reason is because they knew that with COVID, it would have taken forever, and they wanted to get this done. So they tried it in front of a judge. It's called a bench trial.
we agreed to waive punitive damages. I think that's the structure we tried it under.
Let me ask you 2 quick questions about that. You said that COVID had hit, and like the rest of the world, that had slowed up everything in court, correct?
Very much.
And think some things were moving, but because things were slowed up in court, that might slow up the ability to get verdicts and settlements and that sort of thing. To some extent, COVID had an effect on everybody. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you mentioned in this particular case, you ultimately agreed for both parties to waive the right to appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did that have the effect of meaning that whatever verdict was issued, it wouldn't be tied up in the courts for a long time? The money would go ahead and be paid.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all eventually try that case in front of a judge instead of a jury?
Remember, the reason for this is because this family didn't have money, right? And they just, the hospital bill, think about the hundreds of thousands of dollars of hospital bills and the amount of work they, like, literally, that's how this works. When you're in a situation like this, you have to figure it out how to foot all these bills until on down the line you receive a settlement. And actually, well, I'm not going to say. There's somebody who is in the chat who I think is still in the chat who has actually been through this process. maybe not to like a catastrophic injury situation. Like the husband he was talking about became a paraplegic. So, you know, but yeah, so you can imagine how it would behoove them. They would want to get this done, right? Instead of waiting for a jury where maybe you might get more money. I mean, you probably would, you know, they got a good settlement for them, try it in front of a judge, waive the right to appeal. The point being they were supposed to see their money sooner because they need it. They need it in order to pay their bills and pay their, you know, all that, which is why it just makes it even more disgusting that guess who stole it all from them.
We did in
Yes.
January of 2021, first couple weeks.
Okay. And did the defendant try that case with you?
He did.
And did y'all ultimately get a verdict?
We did. We got verdicts in both cases.
Okay. And do you remember how much those verdicts were?
Combined, they were $5.5 million. I believe it was $4 million on the husband's case. He had passed away, I believe, within about 4, 5, or 6 months of us going to trial. So I think it was $4 million on behalf of his estate for his injuries and what that had cost for him. And then I believe it was $1.5 million on the wife's loss of consortium.
Who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec did.
For y'all's side.
Alec did.
The defendant did?
Yes, sir.
Did he get emotional in closing?
He did.
Did he spend much time with the husband in that case?
I don't think Alec had spent a lot of time with the gentleman. He had been kind of sick towards the end, and I don't know that Alec had spent a lot of time with him. He had spent a lot of time with the wife, and especially throughout that week in trial. I mean, it was an emotional case. They had serious loss.
Closing argument, that's when the lawyer gets up and sort of summarizes the case to the judge or the jury, depending on what kind of case it is.
Yes, sir. Honestly, you do more than summarize. You argue.
You argue.
Yeah, you put your heart into it, and you tell the judge or the jury why it is you think, why did you hope and think they do what you're asking them to do.
Heck yeah.
You said the verdict was how much in total?
5.5 million combined.
And what does that mean the fees were going to be for the 3 lawyers involved in this case?
I don't remember the exact split for everybody. I know that my fee was going to be like $791,000, and the fee payable to Alec's firm was going to be $792,000.
And do you recall?
And I don't remember the third attorney right off the top of my head.
Do you remember when you received that $5.5 million into your trust account?
Yes, sir. Part of it came in by wire, but it was a smaller part. And I want to say that was about, we tried it in the first part of January. The judge didn't issue a ruling right on the spot. It took a couple weeks for him to issue his ruling, which is normal. And then within a couple weeks of that, after some back and forth with Mack Truck's attorney about whether they were going to file any kind of post-trial motions, or they could have tried to file an appeal and see where it went, even though we had an agreement up front, we were worried that they might get around that. But anyway, after a couple weeks of back and forth, and a wire was sent for part of the money, right, probably middle of February, and then shortly after that, a check arrived for the rest of the money.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I want to say the last few days of, no, it's probably the last few days of February, somewhere around in there. 2021.
Hold on for 1 second.
Spencer, what are you talking about with irises?
Your Honor, for the record, I just want to object to this line of questioning under 404, 403, and to this exhibit. I do not have any additional objections other than those that were previously made.
I don't know what the exhibit is.
Sure.
How much you want to bet it's going to be the check?
All right, this is just a text, but it's related to the in-camera matters that have been addressed.
In camera means without the presence or outside the presence of the jury. Usually when they say in camera, it's going to be in the judge's chambers, but in this case, the in-camera hearing, we
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as an admitted into evidence as States 450 and see if you recognize that document, please.
Yes, sir. This looks like a snapshot of a text string that I would have provided that is just communication between me and Alec.
All right. And in the middle of that particular text, that particular page, there's some text, and do you see the date on that?
March the 10th. This would be 2021.
All right. And that's a text from the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It looks like we've been talking about getting together to play golf. And then he texted me, you want me to read
Go
it?
ahead and read that to the jury, what your text conversation right there is.
March 10th, I need to get check today. If it's just too much for you, I will deal with it.
Text about
What's your response?
I'm working on it.
So that's March 10th of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have the Elmo, please?
Elmo. So Too Fast, if you're still listening, I have not forgotten about your question.
All right, well, let's talk about that text a little bit. So does that text help you kind of get an idea of roughly when the disbursement check came in on the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir. So by our rules, the Supreme Court, any check that's of a certain size has to be in your trust account for at least 10 days before you can disperse. And this was a sizable check, so I was going to wait more than 10 days just to make sure there weren't any problems. So if that's March the 10th, like I said, those checks, the final amount of that money would have come in
So what were
sometime
you talking about with irises?
towards the end of February. Because I think I waited 12 to 15 days, as I recall.
You said it's a sizable amount of money. This was a pretty big recovery, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you contacted the other attorney and you contacted the defendant to say, hey, got the money in.
I did.
When you contacted the defendant about that, what, if anything, did he say?
Great news, good. I told him that I was going to sit on it a little bit longer than normal to disperse, just because if it had all come in a wire, I could have dispersed immediately because those are considered received funds. But with it being a check, I wanted to wait. And so I let both of them know that I had received the money and that I wasn't going to do it on the 10th day, but that I would do it shortly thereafter.
Did the defendant ask you to do anything when it came time to dispersing his firm's share of the funds?
He did, yes, sir.
All right, tell me about that conversation.
When it came time to disperse the checks, and I was calling him and the other lawyer to let them know that I'd have the checks ready, I guess somewhere around March the 10th, Elliott told me that he was going to put the monies into an annuity, that he was going to put his fees in an annuity. He called it a structure, but in essence, he explained he was going to put those monies into an annuity, and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him instead of to his firm, so that
Not
he could
even
do
the
that.
fake forge.
Okay. And did he explain to you why he was going to do that?
He had just indicated that he was putting money away. He indicated he was concerned about the boat case, and that he was going to put some monies in an annuity or into a
Heard
structure.
Ronnie Crosby
You
talk
say he
about.
was concerned about the boat case. What was he concerned about? What did he tell you he was concerned about?
He was concerned about his exposure in the boat case.
In the civil lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that the defendant had been sued civilly in the boat accident case?
I didn't know if he had been sued himself, but I knew there was a lawsuit going on involving, and I believe I did know that he was himself sued at that time. Yes, sir.
So this was different than how you normally did things, correct?
Very much.
Did he have any further explanation to you as to why this would be okay? Why this was all right to do?
He told me that he had already cleared it with the partners in his firm. I mean, he was a partner himself with the authority to do things for the firm, but he told me he had already cleared it with his partners in the firm, and that they were going to put the monies on the books and that they would be accounted for at the end of the year whenever they did their year-end settle up, that he would already be accounted for as having been paid these monies already.
Looking back at this exhibit that's now up on the screen. On March 10th, exhibit 450, he says, I need to get the check today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you any more about why he needed to get the check today?
I spoke to him on the phone that day, and he just asked me if the checks were going to be ready that day. As I recall, I was on the road. I wasn't sure I was going to make it back to the office or not. My bookkeeper was getting the checks ready, and I spoke to him on the phone and told him that if I got back in time to sign the checks, I'd have them ready that day. He told me he'd like to get them that day. Yes, sir.
And he told you that he had already cleared this with the partners. They were okay with him getting this money right now instead of having to wait till the end of the year.
He told me that the partners were aware that the monies were being paid to him, that he was going to put them into annuities, and that they would be accounted for on the books of the firm as already having been credited as paid towards him.
Did you believe the defendant when he told you these things?
Yes, sir. I didn't have any reason not to.
Your best friend?
Yes, sir.
Did you trust him?
I did.
Didn't set off any red flags to you at this point?
No, sir. And I'd known him for 30 plus years and didn't have any reason not to trust him.
Did you ultimately initially write a couple of fee checks?
I did, yes, sir. I think I wrote one check in the gentleman's case and one check in the lady's case. And then the gentleman's check was rewritten into two checks. These were, when I say these checks, I'm talking about fees that were paid.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 3.5. Much?
$792,000
And he asked you to write the checks out to who?
to him,
Him directly,
Richard Alexander Murdaugh,
instead of what?
instead of PMPED or the law firm.
Which would be the normal practice.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 345 and see if you recognize this document. States 345.
I do.
All right, what is that?
So this is a check that was initially written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $600,000 on March 10th, 2021. This says fees on the bottom. This would be the fees on the gentleman's case for payable to his firm, which Alec told me to write to him. This check was voided and rewritten into two separate checks.
All right.
It's marked void.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move to admit States 345 in evidence.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections to that document.
It's admitted. All right.
And this check is made out for how much?
$600,000.
All right, and again, there were two cases, so there were going to be two separate checks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. This was just the fees on the gentleman's case.
And that was going to be how much total?
Total was $792,
But this one is
$600,
And then the one for the other one?
$192.
192. Okay. All right. And so you initially write this check. Did you deliver this to the defendant, or what happened?
I didn't deliver any of the checks. I believe he had somebody pick them up that day from his office, a runner or something like that. But no, so this check was voided out, and we rewrote two separate checks made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Why did you do that? Why did you void this one for 600 and then write two separate checks?
When I called Alec and told him, or when we were talking, and I told him I thought the checks would be ready, he instructed me that he was doing three separate annuities, and so it would need to be in three checks, and that this check would need to be made out in two different checks that totaled $600,000.
A bunch of different annuities, huh?
Yes, sir. It wasn't all going into the same annuity or the same place.
So you recut into two checks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 346 and see if you recognize that set of documents, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, just flip through it real quick.
I can't even tell you what they are.
We'll just flip through it first. Read what those are, please.
So the top document is the $192,000 check dated March the 10th, 2021, made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. That would have been the fees on the ladies' loss of consortium case.
Okay.
The back of it, the rest of it's just the back of the check. Looks like it's endorsed Bank of America deposit only, a signature that looks like Alec, but it's kind of scribbled and says Bank of America.
Okay.
The next page is a check for $225,000 dated March 10th, 2021, payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check. Same type of endorsement paperwork on the back. And then the third check is a check dated March 10th, 2021 for $375,000 made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. And that would be the second part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check for the fees in the gentleman's case.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit States 346 in evidence.
And we don't have any additional objections, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 347, see if you recognize those two documents, please.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead as they go get these documents.
Payable for the mix in both of these cases. One check for the gentleman's case, 13th of 2021, made payable to the law firm, except for 14 cents.
And let's again remark States 347. All right.
Yes, sir.
Same date of that test is same date. That
I mean,
check. That's the 375.
Yes, sir. March 10th. I mean,
Once those were cut, the defendant's been texting you about it. What did you do? Once you recut them.
I think, as I said a little earlier, at some point in time, we were having a phone conversation, and I told him that I was on the road, that if I got back and was able to sign them, I'd let him know. And I ultimately did make it back to the office, I believe, that day, was able to get the check signed, and either called him and said they're ready, and he said, I'll send somebody up to get them, or maybe I called him as I was going back to the office, but before I actually signed them and said, hey, I will be back to sign them, and they'll be ready. And he said, well, I'm going to send somebody up to get them. Okay. And so they would have come up. I think he had a runner come up that day that would have picked up a package that had those checks. I don't remember exactly for sure, but generally it's going to be those checks, a cover letter, and a package that has a partial disbursement sheet. Our client had signed off on allowing the fees to go ahead and be paid. Then, while we were waiting on some liens to resolve themselves, some costs to come in, and some things like that. So our client had signed off on a partial settlement statement, and I would have provided that.
The voided check we saw before, and these checks all have the same date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
All right. And do you recall anything about that? Did you call him up and say, "Hey, great news, I got it taken care of"? He said, "Wait. How did that go down?"
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember how many different conversations we had that day, whether it was over, one conversation or two conversations. I don't remember. But at some point, he instructed me that the $600,000 check needed to be made into separate checks.
He sent somebody to pick
I
him up.
didn't mean to cut you off. We talk a lot every day. And so we probably had multiple conversations that day. But at some point, he instructed me to do that.
He's one of your best friends.
Yes, sir, very much. Not just my best friend, Mr. Waters. I mean, our families are close. I mean, our kids, our wives, we're close.
You had friendship with Maggie too.
Yes, sir, very much.
You had friendship with Paul too.
Yes, sir.
You had friendship with Buster too.
Yes, sir. Haven't been able to have that since. Not like it was, but yes, sir. Hope to one day. But, yes, sir.
Why didn't you disperse the fee checks the same day? Do you recall?
The fee checks were
I'm
dispersed.
sorry, my bad.
Cost
The
checks.
expense checks, the cost checks.
Yes, sir. We were still waiting on some costs to come in, and we had several experts in that case. And it's not abnormal to have costs that come in after a settlement or after a verdict that you reach. Sometimes you're taking depositions up to the last minute. Sometimes you have experts that are working. They're going to send you their bill for their trial time. And so a lot of times those costs will come in. I think our client had authorized us to hold some money back in escrow for expected cost. And so we had a lot of bills that were coming in even into late April.
You mentioned that the defendant had said something about his exposure in the boat accident lawsuit as a reason for structuring these fees.
Yes, sir.
Did he say any more about that?
Not in that conversation when he asked me to write the checks directly to him. We had some other conversations, and I don't remember if they were before this or after this. Honestly, I think they were after, but I don't remember for sure, where he had just said that there was, some fights going on between insurance companies.
When the defendant asked you to do this unusual step and write the fees direct to him, and you said you trusted him, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your general perception of his law practice, of his wealth, of his financial security, knowing him as well as you did? What was your perception of that?
Big firm, big reputation. Ellick had a big reputation. I thought he made a whole lot more money than I did. Everything I knew from the way his partners treated him, the type of cases I saw him working on with them, the type of cases I knew he worked on with me, that he was, one of the biggest dogs in that firm, one of the biggest producers they had. Seemed to own a lot of things, do a lot of things, spend money. Didn't ever seem to have problems. And I knew I was associating him and his firm on very good cases throughout the years, and I knew other lawyers that were. It just seemed like they were doing very well, and that he specifically was doing very well.
And is that perception that you had of him one of the reasons why you trusted him, that there was no shenanigans going on?
I don't know that that's the main reason. I trusted him because I knew him and had dealt with him personally and professionally for a long time. But I had no idea if he was having money problems. I mean, I would have never suspected that his asking me to write checks to him had anything to do with money problems on his behalf. Nothing gave that appearance. So, I mean, that could have factored into the back, but mostly it's just I knew the guy and I trusted him. And he wasn't asking me to do anything that raised any flags with me. He told me he had cleared it with his firm and with his partners. I didn't have any reason to doubt that.
I'm going to put States 347 up on the screen. And what are these again?
That's a cost reimbursement check in one of those cases. I can't tell you which one it is.
All right. And then if we go 2 pages back, this is the other check?
Yes, sir. In the other case, cost reimbursement.
All right. And those are the same amount?
1 penny difference. I think Ellick sent me the cost total, and I just split them evenly between the two cases.
And what's the date on that check, those checks?
May 13th of 2021, which I believe would be the time, obviously, we wrote the checks, and they would have been mailed to his office shortly thereafter.
And you said that there was a reason why these came a couple months later?
Yes,
So
sir.
we're waiting for some information?
Waiting on costs to finalize up. Instead of writing multiple checks as costs came in, we just kind of wait sometimes till the final bill's received.
Is that your signature on these checks?
Yes, sir.
And those would have been mailed to Ellick's law firm, correct?
That's the general practice, yes, sir, as we mail them to the firm. And I don't know any reason why these wouldn't have been done differently.
In May of 2021, did your office, after these checks were mailed, did your office receive any communication from the defendant's law firm?
My paralegal, Vicky, received an email from Alex Paralegal, Annette.
And tell me about that. What was the communication? It was received from Annette.
Yes, sir, from Annette Griswold, Alex Paralegal.
Your paralegal, Vicky, received a communication from Annette Griswold, the defendant's paralegal.
Yes, sir. Vicky got an email from Annette that said, hey, we got the, something to the effect of, hey, we received the cost checks, either why no fee checks or where are the fee checks.
Okay. And did Vicky respond to that?
She did.
What did she respond?
She responded to Annette that the reason the fee checks weren't included is because they had already been paid to Alec, that he had already received the fee checks.
Was that on about May 19th, 2021?
I'd have to look at the email, but I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did Vicky raise any issue with you at this point? Did you know anything about it at this point?
No, sir. I was preparing. I was in trial the following week in Hampton, actually all week long, and I was preparing for that. Vicky sent that email back. She didn't notify me about that actually until all this blew up, and I turned all that over to SLED after we found it, after all this blew up in September.
Moving into late May 2021, did this matter that Annette was raising with your firm come to your attention?
It did.
And tell
And
me,
it wasn't late May. It was the first part of June.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 348. Let's take a look at that real quick before we move on.
Sure.
See if you recognize that.
I do.
So tell me what that is.
So this is this is an email string that begins on May the 27th from Jeanne Seckinger, which is the bookkeeper or accountant in Alex law firm. And it's an email from Jeanne to Annette Griswold, Alex Paralegal, on May the 27th, where she telling Annette that she got the expense checks and it didn't match their records, that Alec thought he had more outstanding costs, but can't say what, and was asking Annette to reach out to my office, to Vicky, to get some more information. And then it looks like Annette forwarded that email to Vicky on May the 27th. Vicky was on vacation and did not come back in until the following week. It looks like she emailed her again on June 2nd. Vicky might have come back in on like June the 1st, or I think May the 31st was Memorial Day, a Monday. And so June the 1st was then when Vicky came back in. So Annette emailed her again on June the 2nd and asked for some information. And then Vicky emailed her back and said, since this involves documents she didn't deal with, which was bookkeeping stuff that she didn't deal with, she would forward it to me.
And so that happened on what day?
June the 2nd,
Of what year?
2021.
All right, this time I'd offer States 348 in the evidence.
No additional objections, John.
Admit it.
All right, and so this is going to the bottom. This is the email from Jeanne to Annette. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then that gets sent from Annette to Vicky on May 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then she gets back from vacation, and then she responds on June 2nd, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does she say?
She's going to forward that to me. And she did. She CC'd me up in the email string.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Vicky at that time about this issue?
I did.
What did you tell Vicky, or what was y'all's conversation?
She said, I've gotten this email from them asking about the cost in this case. What do you want me to do? And I said, tell them that you'll forward it to me and I'll deal with it.
Around this time, had you had any conversation from any other partners in PMPD, the defendant's law firm?
As best I recall, Mr. Waters, I was in Hampton the entire week before, and I was working out of their office. I was trying a case down there like the week of May the 24th, and I was working out of Alex Firm's office. Lee Cope approached me and said, hey, I need to talk with you about this Mack truck case. Has all the money been dispersed? I said, Lee, it hadn't all been dispersed. We've got some liens, some medical liens we're waiting on to deal with. We've got some costs that we're waiting on to come in, and it all hadn't been dispersed, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to check on it. And I was stuck in trial through Friday of that, or through Thursday of that week.
Did you reach out to the defendant after Lee had that conversation with you?
I reached out to him after I got this email.
All right. And tell me what your conversation was with him when you reached out to him, having received this email from Vicky asking about these fees.
I called Alec, said, Alec, I got this email from your firm. They're asking about issues with costs that you think you've got more costs that are owed to you. I put down on the settlement statement and wrote checks for the amount of costs that you gave me. But if there are more costs outstanding, just figure out what they are, because we've been holding some money back. And I think at that point we were waiting on a medical lien to resolve. And I don't think the client will have a problem paying the cost out of what we're holding back.
Did you have any discussion about the disbursement of the fees at that point?
I did. I said,
Tell me about that.
I said, Alec, this is the case that you asked me to write the fee checks directly to you. Is everything all right? And he said, yeah, everything's fine. I just need to make sure my partners know that this is the same case, that you wrote the checks to me and that it's already on the books.
Did you believe him?
Yes, sir.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, did you do anything else, or did you think it was handled? Because you had spoken to your best friend, Alec Murdaugh.
He told me it was taken care of. He told me he had talked with his partners about it. I didn't think there was any other problem. I didn't do anything else.
A couple of weeks later, did you have another conversation with him about the same issue?
Yes, sir. This would have been after June 7th. Yes, sir. And it might have been more than a couple of weeks, because I didn't ask him anything after Paul and Maggie. I didn't want to.
And see, that's the state's theory of the case.
I asked him if everything was all right, and he said it was fine.
When you got that email forwarded to you from Vicky on June the 2nd, did you call Alec that day?
I think it was, I think it was that day.
Thereabouts?
Yes, sir.
Remember June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Was that Monday?
Yes, sir.
Day of the murders.
Gamecocks had played some baseball that weekend. You'd
Yes, sir.
seen the defendant?
I'd seen him and Maggie and Buster, my wife and I, and our children.
Oh,
Had been with him and Maggie and Buster the weekend before, Saturday. Yes, sir.
On Monday, June 7th, 2021, what was your day like just during the day?
Went to work. I was in the office most of the day. I think I had something scheduled that had canceled out. And ate lunch with a friend. And I live in Columbia, even though I practice in Bamberg. Kind of later in the day, I ran by the pharmacy, picked something up, and then headed to Columbia and stopped to pick something up at the store on the way home.
Went home,
Yes, sir.
normal evening?
Yes, sir.
Remember what you were doing that evening?
Just hanging out with my wife, and I don't remember how many of our kids were home. I think just our youngest, just watching TV.
Watching TV.
Yes, sir. I was kind of late getting home, so there wasn't a whole lot of the evening left.
That evening, did the defendant call you?
Yes, sir, he did.
About what time did he call you?
I don't remember exactly. I turned my phone records over, but I think it was around 9:20, 9:15, 9:20.
Before we talk about that, I'm going to show you States 451. Do you recognize that?
I do. Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is my phone log that I turned over to SLED.
Does that reflect calls from Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Tell me.
To and from, yes, sir.
Well, tell me what you were doing when they first received a call from Alec Murdaugh that night.
I remember my wife and I were sitting on the back porch. We have a TV on the back porch. We were sitting back there on the couch talking, watching The Bachelor. Can't believe I was watching that. The phone rang. It was Alec. I had actually stepped off the porch, and the pool pump is on the side of the porch, and I was trying to mess with something with the pool pump. Sounded like it was running funky, and so the phone rang, and it was Alec, and I answered the phone.
What did he say?
Said, hey, hey, Bo is normally how he would greet you, hey, Bo. And I don't remember if he said, what are you doing or what. I pretty quickly told him, hey, I've got my hands in the middle of this pool pump messing up. Can I call you right back?
Did you sound normal to you?
Sounded normal, yes, sir.
So you said, hey, I'm busy right now. Let me call you back.
I did, yes, sir.
And what did he say?
Said, that's fine, no problem.
And having that exhibit in your honor, I apologize, I'd move. States 451 into evidence at this time.
Submit it.
And having a chance to look at your phone records there, what time was that first call?
Looks like it was at 9:11 p.m. incoming from his cell phone.
All right, so you got off.
2-minute phone call.
2-minute phone call.
Yes, sir.
So you got off the phone. What happened next?
I finished trying to fix the pool pump, called Alec back,
All right. And what time was that?
9:20 p.m.
Tell me about that conversation. Tell the jury about that conversation.
Called Alec back. I generally say, hey, Bo, too. And, hey, Bo, calling you back. He said, hey, I'm about to get to my mom's house. Can we talk a little bit later? I told him, sure. There were a couple of things I needed to talk with him about, cases that one case that we were working on and one case that I had going on. I wanted a little advice, ask him how his mama was doing. And I asked him how his daddy was doing because I knew his dad was getting a lot worse. We had talked about that over the weekend at the baseball game at Columbia. And I think we had talked on the phone on Sunday also. So he said, can I call you back or can we talk later? And I said, sure.
You said his daddy was getting worse. Had he called you that day, Monday at all, to give you any updates to your recollection?
I don't think we talked earlier in the day on that Monday, but we had talked on that Saturday before and on that Sunday before. And so I knew his father was getting worse. And I think I knew that he was either going to or had already gone to the hospital.
So that second call, was that also very brief? He said, hey, I'm at my mama's.
3 minutes.
So what happened after that? You still watching TV?
Still watching TV. Yes,
Remember,
sir.
these are the phone calls Alex made after
Talk
he
to the
murdered his
defendant again.
son.
I did. He, I believe, texted me sometime later that evening. And I think the text was something, are you still up or still up? Something like that.
All right, stand by for me real quick.
Sure.
And see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. This is a snapshot of text communications between me and Alec that I snapshot and provided.
All right. Your Honor, this time I've moved States 452 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
452. This is a screenshot of the text that of your text that you provided. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we see down at the bottom, is that a text? Who is that text from?
That's from Alec to me at 9:52 on June the 7th. It says, call me if you up.
Okay. Did you receive that text? Were you still awake at that point?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And what did you do?
Picked up the phone and gave him a call.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
Um,
Called one time or two times?
No, I called. The first time I called, he didn't answer, which is kind of normal with Alec sometimes. Sometimes he wouldn't answer because he was either on the phone or sometimes he was just in bad service, I think, and couldn't get a call to go through. So I'm pretty persistent. I call right back. So I called him. I didn't get an answer, and then I called him back. And That was at 9:50, according to these records, 9:52 is when I tried to call and didn't get an answer, and I called back at 9:53 and said, hey, Alec, I got your text calling you back. How's your mama? You know, and he said, you know, she's, you know, doing about like normal, I think. I mean, she'd been doing poorly for years. And I told him I needed to talk to him. We had a case we were working on that involved a piece of equipment that had malfunctioned. And the company had preserved the equipment, but they weren't going to preserve it too much longer. We needed to get it inspected. And they were kind of pushing on us about when the inspection was going to occur. And I said, hey, we need to talk about this and get this squared away so we don't miss the chance to inspect this equipment. And I need to talk to you about some motions or something I've got upcoming that I need a little help on. And he said, hey, that's cool, but I'm about to get back home. Can we talk tomorrow? And I said, sure, fine.
That was some total of what he had to say was he's about to get home to Moselle and can we talk tomorrow? Correct?
Yes, sir.
We put stage 451 up on the screen.
Right here. Is that your writing right there?
That's my handwriting. Yes, sir.
And that says Alex M. And those are the defendant's calls. Is that right?
The bottom one is him calling me and me telling him I'm on the pool pump. The next one is me calling him back and telling me he's about to get to his mama's. And then the next one up here is me trying to call him after that text that he didn't answer. And then the top one is me calling him back after he didn't answer and talking to him for those couple minutes.
All right. And then that one in the middle, that's just an irrelevant conversation with some other person.
Just a friend of mine who I told his name was probably coming out today. So I told him that he was on my phone.
We did scratch out his number.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Now we did.
Yes, sir. I felt like his name would probably come up today, and he should know that.
Just go about your evening after that? Did you just go about your evening after that?
Pretty shortly after that, I went on to bed. My wife stayed up, but I went on to bed shortly after that.
How'd you find out?
I was asleep.
Here we go.
My phone's always kind of sit beside the bed. I could hear it buzzing, but I really wasn't paying any attention. My wife comes in kind of, just hysterical. She says, you got to wake up. You got to wake up. And I don't remember if she was on the phone with Randy's wife or Randy himself. She's trying to tell me what's going on, and I'm looking at my phone, and I've got a text from a person I knew in Hampton that's texting me saying, hey, give me a call. I got to tell you something before you hear it somewhere else. It was the person that was in the county government down there that I knew that was just trying to get word to me before I heard it somewhere else. My wife, I don't think I respond to that person or her text immediately. My wife is telling me what's going on. I just told her, I said, I'll get some clothes. I got to go to Moselle. We started trying to call our daughter right at about 11 o'clock. Started trying to call our children, tell them what was going on. I don't even know how much my wife and I spoke about it. I mean, she knew I was leaving. I got in the car, I went straight to Moselle, grabbed some clothes and went straight to Moselle.
So how long does that take?
From Columbia, about an hour and 40 minutes or so. I mean, I called some different people on the way that I thought needed to know. I mean, repeatedly tried to call my daughter. She was extremely close She is and was extremely close to Buster and Paul. And, we couldn't get her to answer, called her boyfriend, just repeatedly calling her. I think I talked to Randy on the way down, but I can't say for sure I did, but I know I talked to somebody in their family on the way down, just to tell them I was on the way.
About what time did you get to Moselle?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
Other family and friends were arriving then too?
Already had arrived, I believe. Yes, sir. I mean, when I got there, I went through the main gates. I could see, I don't know that I knew at that point that this had occurred at the kennels, but I could see that there was tons of activity there as I passed by to go to the main gate. And when I turned in the main gate, I was on the road headed up to the house. You don't go very far and you can turn right to go to the kennels. I almost was going to turn and go down to the kennels. And I think John, Marvin, and Randy were walking out and kind of waved off and said, go to the house.
Is that where you went?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant there?
The bodies were still there at the kennel.
He was, yes, sir. Yeah,
You talked to him?
I did. I walked in, hugged his neck and cried. Didn't know what to say.
Hugged his neck and cried.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people there coming out to support him as you would expect, correct?
Yes, sir. There were a lot of the lawyers that he practices law with, several family members, some friends of his that I knew. There were a lot of people already in the house. Yes, sir.
Did you stay there during the early morning hours as a friend, supporting your friend?
Yes, sir. Till 5:30 or so in the morning. 4:35. I don't know. I mean, everybody was shocked and destroyed. And times I felt like it stood still. So I don't know exactly what time it was, but sometime 4 or 5 o'clock that morning, everybody decided it would be best for Alec and Buster to go get some sleep, or at least try to, and not stay there that night. And so I went back to Bamberg and slept in my office.
Did you return to Moselle the next day after getting some sleep?
I did, about 9 o'clock that next morning.
Were you there as much as you could be at Moselle or wherever you were needed over the next few days in the aftermath of all of this?
Yes, sir. I was there almost entirely the next 2 days.
At any point, did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about what he did that night?
Not really, no, sir.
What do you mean by not really?
I mean, I didn't ask him. I didn't want to know what he found. I didn't want him to have to describe that to me. I didn't want him to have to relive it. So I didn't ask him about it.
Didn't ask him.
No, sir.
It's only natural.
Yes, sir. I mean, I was there as a friend, supporting him and his family. I didn't need to know the details. I knew all I needed to know is that two people that I loved were gone.
Certainly we're going to ask him about the stupid issue with the fees in this time.
No, sir, not at all.
There it is.
Didn't know there was an issue with the fee. I mean, I did not know there was an issue with the fee at that time, so I didn't have anything to ask him.
Over the next few weeks, did you do what you could do to be a supportive friend?
I did. Yes, sir. I mean, I tried to call him even more often. If I was anywhere close to Hampton, I tried to stop by and check on him. I tried to make him go places and do things. Not much, but I felt like he needed to get out. I was worried he was going to hurt himself. I mean, I was worried he's going to kill himself, just like I think a lot of people were, family and lawyers, his partners. And so I think we all talk regularly about keeping an eye on him, about being there for him.
After a few weeks go by, the shock starts to abate just a little bit.
It still hadn't abated.
Still hasn't abated, just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
At some point, does the defendant call you about those fees?
He does. Yes, sir.
You remember roughly when
Boy,
that
we're
was?
getting to the side of the road.
Sometime around the middle of July.
What does the defendant say to you?
He tells me that he has not been able to put the monies into the annuities like he thought he could, that he's messed it up, and that the monies need to be paid to his firm, and that that he needs to send the money back to me to run it through my trust account to write the checks to his firm directly.
You remember how that conversation came up?
I don't remember exactly how it came up, no, sir.
But he contacted you to say, hey, I messed up those annuities. I need to send the money back to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he send the money back to you?
Not all of it, no, sir.
What did he send back to you?
600,000 of the 792.
And in what form did he send that money back to you?
It came in the 600,000 came in two separate wire transfers.
Tell me about those.
I don't remember the dates, but I think it was July 15, July 16, somewhere around in there. One came from Palmetto State Bank, and I think one came from Bank of America.
One for $350 and one for $250, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's right.
That was only $600,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had dispersed to him directly how much?
792,000.
Did you have a conversation with him about the fact that it was $192,000 short?
Yes, sir.
And what was that conversation?
Told me that he had already put the 192,000 away to where he wasn't going to be able to access it. I took it that he had already put it into the annuity and that it wasn't going to be available without some type of penalties or cost. And he said, I don't have the 192, but I'll be able to get it to you very shortly or soon. I don't remember if he said within a couple of days or a couple of weeks or what he said, but it was soon.
What did he want you to do, though, once this money came back in? Did he ask you to do anything?
To rewrite the checks payable for the fees to his firm.
Did he ask you to communicate with the firm at all?
He asked me when the money was back into the account, if I could send an email that I was holding those monies so that they would know those monies were in the trust account.
Right. But you're $192,000 short. So what was his discussion then?
He told me he didn't have the $192,000. And I mean, at that point, I know that I've got a trust account for which I'm responsible for. I've got money that's supposed to have been in my trust account payable to his firm for fees. That's my responsibility. And so I had to put $192,000 of my own money into my trust account to hold for the fees for his firm.
And how did you do that? How did you put $192,000 of your own money into your trust account to cover the defendant?
I wrote a check for myself and put it into my trust account.
And just quickly explain to the jury why you have to do that. What is it about a trust account that you have to do that if you're going to send that email to the firm?
Because I can't tell somebody I'm holding money in my trust account that I'm not holding in my trust
Fiduciary
account.
duty.
I'm responsible for that trust account. Trust accounts are money that belong to someone else that you're holding in a fiduciary relationship.
Good deal.
And you're responsible to make sure that those monies are held and dispersed appropriately. And at this point, I'm hearing that I haven't dispersed or paid those monies the way they're supposed to be paid.
Alex has put him in a really
Now,
bad.
did he ask you
What it is.
to
Like
cover that money, or is that just kind of a given?
Right. There it is. Right. Essentially, it's a given because he has to cover it. Alex doesn't have to ask him. Chris Wilson has to cover that money, or it's a big problem.
And that he was short.
I knew I had to, and I think he asked me to, but I knew that I had to.
Yep.
And you send an email to the law firm, is that right?
I sent an email to Alec,
To Alec?
yes, sir, that he tells me he's going to forward to his firm, which I, ultimately found out that he did forward to the bookkeeper and one of his partners.
I'm going to show you states 349, see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is an email I sent on Monday, July the 19th, 2021 to Alec.
All right. Is that the email you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I've moved states 349 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
Can you read that email to the jury, please?
Sure. Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I am holding in trust $600,000 in the, and that's just redacted to take the gentleman's name out, the gentleman's case, and $192,000 in the, and that's redacted out to take out the wife's name, in the wife's case, which represent attorney's fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
After you sent that email, did the firm contact you? Did you have to disperse the money, or did that just kind of end the matter?
Not until September the 3rd, when Lee Cope called me after they claimed that, after they stated that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money.
Well, let's talk about the interim. But at that point in time, you sent that email and nobody's making any further inquiry at that point in time. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Right, and that money's just sitting there,
Sitting in my trust account.
including your personal 192 that you wrote to cover Alec, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec about when he was supposedly going to get you that money?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I know we talked about it one time. I think it was at the August convention down in Hilton Head that most of the lawyers that do what we do attend. I had begged Alec to come down there and for Buster to come with him at least one day to play golf with some of us so they'd get out and do something so Buster could do something normal. And I think it was while we were playing golf that I just said, hey, where we stand on you getting me repaid. He told me that, I knew that Maggie's estate would be tied up. And I figured that that was a delay. He told me that he was, moving towards selling some property and that his father had obviously just passed and that there would be some monies coming to him from his father's estate and that he was working on it. And he was trying to do it as quickly as he could. He apologized for it taking longer than he said it would.
And he told you that he had tied up some money in structures or something like that, and that's why he couldn't get to it right then?
That's what he told me, why he couldn't get the $192,000, because that he had already put it into, the way I understood it, he had already put it into the annuity and couldn't get it back out. I think once you put those monies away, is my understanding, is you can't just pull them right back out. It's not like a checking account or a savings account where you can deposit and withdraw immediately.
But that's what he's explaining to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that conversation you had with him at the trial lawyers conference playing golf, that was when, roughly?
First weekend in August. Actually, it'd probably be that, we normally try to play golf on that Thursday, so whatever the first Thursday in August is.
Not long after that, did you have another conversation with him about the money that you had covered for him?
I did.
And roughly when was that?
Sometime shortly after that, middle of August maybe, I called him up and said, I need to come see you and talk to you about something. And I went down and talked to him about this money. But it wasn't it was about the money. I needed to be repaid. That's a lot of money to me. And I wanted to be repaid.
$192,000, that's a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
Spencer.
A lot of money to anybody.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as State 350. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
So
What's the date on that first?
August 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move States 350 into evidence.
No additional objection.
So admit it.
All right. Tell me about that document. What happened? What's your conversations related to that document?
At some point in time when I'm talking to Alec, I said, hey, I need to come see you in your office and talk with you about something. I don't even think I told him exactly what it was. He said, sure. So I went down and went in his office. I said, look, I hate to even talk to you about this and I hate to ask you this, but if something happens to you, and I think I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something happens and you die, I can't get repaid that money against your estate unless there's something in writing between us. I knew enough to know enough of the law to know that you can't enforce an agreement with a person that's deceased against their estate unless you got some documentation of it.
Contract.
I said, boy, I hate to even ask you to do this. And I was worried that he was going to kill himself, still at that point. And I was worried about what that would, mean, more so on a human personal level, but also what that would mean about me trying to get repaid. And I said, I hate to ask you to do this, but can we do this? And he said, sure, no problem.
Remember, Creighton Waters, the prosecutor there, is the lead, I think, singer and guitarist in it's like a soul blues band called Soul Purpose. Shout out to Soul Purpose.
I mean, that's our agreement, and sure. And so we scratched out, he hand wrote it, 3 sentences, nothing formal or fancy.
3 sentences. I haven't had a sandwich in fucking ever. Those are the food trucks. We're getting to the side of the road, guys. How much are they going to be able to get into?
This is on what day?
August the 17th. And I was in his office.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Spencer, I love coffee. I drink coffee. Sparkle water. That's my jam. Coffee and sparkle water. Are they going to take a stand break? Looks like it. We're getting some exhibits ready, perchance. It could be that they have to have a discussion outside the presence of the drinks. Like I said, we're getting into side of the road territory. And while the boat case, obviously, and financial crimes, all that came in, drugs, we don't know yet. The side of the road has not been, oh, yep, I called it. Look at the text up there.
He has a confrontation with the defendant.
Yeah, side of the road. They're arguing side of the road. Oh my God. And
the defendant tells him some things that he, the witness here has a conversation with the defendant at his mother's porch after receiving word about what the law firm had found.
My God.
From the in-camera testimony, the witnesses testified that the defendant, admits the financial misdeeds, says he had a drug issue, I think going to rehab,
oh my God.
things like that. And that is, I believe, on the early afternoon of September 4th. And then not long after that, he hears that the defendant was shot on the side of the road. And so we've had some discussions about the drug issue. So before listening to that testimony, I alerted the defense and wanted to make sure that we had set our ground rules on that. And then, of course, the side of the road issue, which we've talked about earlier.
What ground rules did you set?
Your Honor sets the ground rules, and that's.
You take a break doing questioning the witness to have a conference with counsel.
Well, I am seeking to admit that evidence, not only of what the defendant said about his drug use, but also to submit that not long after that, he heard about the side of the road incident. And I, out of abundance of caution, raised that issue. And I believe the defense was going to object, trying to give them the opportunity to do that.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I already answered it.
Setting.
Thanks, Spence.
All right.
The Diet Sunkist is a story. Guys, let me know if you want to hear the Diet Sunkist story. But there's a story. It has to do with like a tradition with a friend, and it was like 2 days a week or whatever, and he would buy it as a treat. But anyway, that's the only time I drink soda, and it was only that at that period of time. And one time I had Dr. Pepper.
For both of those, I think they are admissible. First of all, again, we're not offering any drug use, and we've had some discussion about that yesterday. We're not offering any drug use for the purposes of what's improper under 404. In this particular instance, the defendant himself identifies that as a reason for these alleged misdeeds. So not only is it not 404, it's just part of the res geste of his statement, which is part of what's been admitted.
It was admitted yesterday, so we're beyond that issue as far as the court is concerned.
All right. And then as far as the side of the road,
Particulars of which have not been disclosed, but the email from Mr. Murdaugh doing rehab was at
about the snacks. They do have snacks when it's outside the presence of the jury and it shows the jury like shelfie thing where the jury box is. There's a bowl of, there's some sort of snack. I can't tell what it is. There is snacks. They have them.
published by the defense.
yes, sir. And then secondly, along with the side of the road, again, at this point in time, just going to be admitted that he heard about what had happened to the defendant. There are other circumstances that we talked about earlier that, we would address at a later time about the side of the road, which we believe is admissible and admissible under 404.
404.
We could I don't know that we need to have an in-camera proceeding at this point in detail about that, but I just, because all he's going to say is he heard that happen. But I just wanted to, again, and out of abundance of caution, we've gone this far. I just wanted to be, before I listened to anything along those lines, just wanted to alert the defense and give them a chance to object.
All right. Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, we do object, Your Honor. First, he's not the proper witness to be testifying about what happened on the side of the road. He just hears it secondhand, so any information he has is just hearsay. In the in-camera hearing, he also provided his opinion.
Here's the problem with that. The only other person that can testify about what happened on the side of the road is Cousin Eddie. So I think what's happening here is the defense is trying to bait the state into calling Cousin Eddie. Now, those of you guys who were here earlier today, the first live stream of the day, when we watched the Zachary Hughes attorney's interview, you guys remember the part where Will Folks was like saying that John Mello is like the Cousin Eddie of the Zachary Hughes trial, because Cousin Eddie was like considered to be a huge wild card because like his story had changed a bunch of times and it's like a whole thing, right? And then and like I think both sides had Cousin Eddie on the witness list, and then neither side called him. But the defense, this happens several times throughout the trial, it tries to kind of bait the state, if you will, into needing to call him. And so when he says, he wasn't there, the only person who was there was Alex and Cousin Eddie, right? And so I think that's what this is about.
Alec must have tried to commit suicide, and that's improper. So first it's hearsay, but more importantly, Your Honor, it is a bridge too far under the narrow exception that you've offered, that they're offering this evidence of financial crimes, that is a motive for this alleged murder that he committed. And so the fact that whether it was an assisted suicide or they want to go further and say it's part of the same scheme and that it's a sympathy ploy, which the court hasn't ruled upon, and we don't think it meets the standard there, and it violates Rule 403. So for all those reasons, we object.
Side of the road incident is one of the more confusing things in this. It's really a bizarre thing that happens. Heather, I'm gonna check my notifications though for what you mentioned, because I saw that you said that. I'm mocking. Wait, what? I don't know. With suit? What? Lawsuit? What are you saying?
To it coming into evidence.
Do you want to proffer what Mr. Attorney Wilson is going to say about it?
I believe during his prior testimony in the in-camera hearing, and I certainly can do that, he testified.
Prior testimony.
Yes, sir. And
which did not involve anything about a roadside shooting.
Well, and so I'll go ahead and proffer, Your Honor. Yes. All right. Mr. Wilson, kind of jumping ahead.
Okay.
You had
they just jump right on it, and now we're in a proffer.
Confrontation with the defendant on September 4th when you drove to Hampton County to have a meeting with him on the porch of Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And pull the mic forward to you a
Yes.
little bit. And without getting into all that detail, after that
No.
conversation, he made some admissions to you at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just very quickly tell the court what he said.
He admitted or said that he had had a drug problem for 20 plus years and that he was going to rehab. And he said he admitted he had been stealing money.
And did he say anything about the 192 with you? Did he have a phrase he used for that?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
You don't have to proffer this portion. You're indicating you're trying to go beyond this into something else.
What time did this, yes, sir, thank you, Your Honor. What time did this conversation take place roughly?
Mid-late morning, just before lunch.
All right. And that's on September 4th?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir.
After that confrontation, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went through Hardee's in Hampton, grabbed a bite of lunch at the drive-through, and then drove back towards Columbia.
Did you hear about anything relating to the defendant within a couple hours?
I did. I got a phone call from Lee Cope. Might have been Randy, but I think it was Lee Cope that called me and said Alec had been shot in the head and was being helicoptered. I thought he said to Savannah Hospital. I know he said to the hospital in a helicopter.
That's as far as this witness would go.
And I've sustained the objection as to this portion of the testimony.
Not yet. Not
I
yet.
agree with the defense's
Dang it.
hearsay and if it's and he's not the appropriate witness to testify on this issue.
Not yet.
Thank you, Your Honor. So obviously, yeah, all right. And you're a lawyer. You understand where to stop.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll take a recess for about 10 minutes.
Okay, so while we jump ahead, I'm going to try to find this notification from Heather. About, I think it's about Pitbullpotamus. Okay. And, okay, that says earlier. No, I think they're coming back, actually.
He's like he thought he could, that he's messed it up.
Earlier
And that
today.
the monies needed to be paid to his firm. Sir,
What did he send back to you?
600,000 of the 792.
Me.
92,000 away to where he wasn't going to be able to access it. I took it that he had already.
Okay.
2021 on
perfect.
this case.
All right. And that's your signature on there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Trip trivia.
Catch the jury back up. He had asked you to send that email. You sent the email in July, and then you had those conversations in August that ultimately led to that promissory note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then nothing more going on with it. Does anything happen in early September related to this?
Yes, sir.
And what day was it?
Friday, September the 3rd.
Tell me what happened.
About 3:00 in that afternoon, I'm with a group of guys. I get a phone call from Lee Cope. I tell Lee that I can't really talk much because I'm in the middle of a.
Heather, I see you tagged me in a video that says I went for a walk, met a new friend. Wait, but I thought you said something about Pitbullpotamus that you were tagging me. So I'm not sure if there was something else. Hold on, let me see. That's the thing. Am I looking at the right thing? It's a video. So I'm not going to play it right now, but I see that you said, is this girl singing that she went for a walk and met a new friend? Oh my God. That would be pretty crazy.
Crowd. He says Alex stealing money, that we found out Alex stealing money from the firm and from clients, and he's going to resign from the firm. And he wanted to know if I had the $792,000 in my trust account. I told him I did. He said, well, we're going to need to get that paid to us, and asked me not to say anything to anybody about any of it until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
When you told him you had that $792,000 in your trust account, did that still include $192,000 that you had covered?
It did.
Oh,
What happened next?
that's funny.
I talked to Lee very briefly again. He told me he was in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with. and he couldn't talk. That first phone call from him was like very brief, and then I think we talked again after I got away from the crowd. But he told me that he couldn't talk long, that they were in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with, that we would talk later. And I mean, I had to kind of go back to the crowd that I was with and try to act as much as I could like normal, so that, you know, I mean, I think they realized that I'd stepped away and take a phone call that had bothered me, and I tried to pretend like things were as normal as they could be until I could get away from that crowd.
Did this shock you to hear this?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you expected to hear about your friend, the defendant?
Not at all. I mean, I didn't expect that to be the purpose of Lee's phone call to me when I took it.
What happened next? Did you attempt to call the defendant?
I think I texted him. I may have tried to call him after I got where I wasn't in the middle of a crowd of people. I think I may have called or texted him or both. And he texted me back something to the effect of that he couldn't talk right then, that I think he said he was meeting with probate attorneys or something to that effect, and that he couldn't talk right then and he would call later, or we could talk later.
When Lee Cope called you, did he say anything about this check that's up on the screen?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that they had found a check in Alex's office from my firm that was made payable directly to him. I don't remember exactly how he described it, but he said, we found a check. We found out that Alex stealing money from the clients and the firm, and we found a check from your office. And I need to know if you've got that $792,000 in your account. We're going to need to get that paid to us, and I need you not to say anything until Tuesday when we can issue a press release.
How long do you think after you got that call or those calls from Lee that you tried to reach out to your friend, the defendant?
It probably took me an hour, maybe two, to finish what we were doing and get to where I could, where I felt like I could reach out to him without being in the middle of other people.
And what was his response again?
Something to the effect of he couldn't talk right then, that he was, I think it was something to do with the fact of meeting with probate attorneys or something like that, and that he would talk to me later.
This is on September 3rd?
Friday, September the 3rd. The phone call from Lee was about 3:00 in the afternoon or so.
Did you talk to Alec later on that day?
That night, yes, sir.
And what was your conversation then?
I don't remember if he called me or I called him and was able to get him. And I said, Alec, I need to know what's going on.
Okay.
You know, Lee has called me about this, and I need to talk to you, and it needs to be face to face. I need to know what's going on. And he was non-committal about meeting, said he had a number of things he had to deal with, and that he would try to meet with me the next day.
Okay. So
I
what
mean,
happened?
I was at home. My wife was there. You know, I mean, I was talking to him on the phone, but I wanted to talk to him face to face to find out what was going on.
How are you feeling?
Shocked, betrayed, mad. I mean, I don't know, numb. I didn't.
What happened the next morning? Was that Saturday?
Saturday morning, September the 4th.
What year?
So 2021.
The thing that sucks that they're not going to be able to ask all these different friends and coworkers and law partners is the question of, like, at some point, did you think did you think after this shit started happening, did you think he killed his wife and son? I think that it kind of gets alluded to on cross at some point, but not that directly. But it's like I would, like, if I were Chris Wilson at this point, I'd be thinking, wait, if he's doing all this, I don't know. It's like, it would make you rethink, like, obviously this dude's been manipulating and lying and all that, right? So I don't know.
Did you try to get in touch with the defendant?
I did. I woke up early that morning, told my wife, I mean, I had, told her that evening that there was a problem. I didn't get into a lot of detail with her, just told her there was a problem. And woke up the next morning, told her I was going to drive down to Beaufort. I thought Alec was staying at his brother's house, and I was going to drive down and talk to him. And so I got in the car and took off driving towards Okatee.
Were you trying to get in touch with him? And
Called him a bunch.
So when he shows up and meets Alex, this is the first time that Alex tells anybody about the drugs.
In touch with him?
No answer. No, sir.
So you just decided to go on down there and find him?
Yes, sir.
So you drive where?
I started driving
He's a
down
retired
I-95 towards Okatee, and he called me before I was going to get off and go to John Marvin's place. But he got off. He called me
Slow
before.
down. You say Okatee. What's Okatee?
I mean, that's what I call the area where his brother John Marvin lives. It might not be technically correct. That's what I call it.
But that's where you thought he was?
I was under the impression that's where he was staying. Yes, sir.
So you were just going to show up?
I was hoping that he would call me back on my way, but if not, I was just going to show up. Yes, sir.
And so what happened along the way?
He called me while I was on the road down there and told me that he was sorry he hadn't been able to take my calls and that he would meet me at his mother and father's house in Alameda.
Did that meeting ultimately happen?
It did.
About what time did that happen?
Kind of late mid-morning. I want to say around 11 o'clock or so, sometime before lunch.
Okay. And so tell me about that meeting.
I got there before he did. I think I waited in the car maybe out at the front of the driveway. And then when he pulled in, I followed him in. We got out, didn't say anything in the driveway. Went through the side door. I believe the caretaker was there. The lady that helped take care of, one of the ladies at least that helped take care of Miss Libby was there. She went kind of towards the back and he and I went out on the front porch.
Here we go. Drugs.
What was your conversation with him on the front porch? About what time was this again?
I don't know the exact time. Sometime between 10:30 and noon, but I want to say it was around 11 o'clock or so.
Okay.
It was I was there for about 20 minutes.
All right. Tell me about the conversation that you had.
We went out on the front porch. We still hadn't said anything to each other than he said, let's go out on the front porch and talk.
Okay.
We went out on the front porch and I looked at him and I said, Alec, and I'm sure I said F or H or something. I said, what is going on? I need to know what's going on. Because I know about this thing that Lee's called me about, and I need to know if there's something else you've done that involves me that I don't know about. That's a problem for me. What is going on?
What does he say?
He didn't say anything. He broke down crying. Said, I can't talk. I can't right this second, Chris. He walked inside and grabbed a handful of paper towels and came back out on the porch and said, I'm sorry. I've had a drug problem. I'm addicted to opioids.
There it is.
And I don't remember if he said 20 years or exactly
Bam.
how many years, but he said, I've been addicted to opioids for
Here we go.
something like 20 years, I think is what he said. And,
Jury knows
I
now.
don't remember exactly how the conversation went. There were parts where it was, I don't want to say heated, like we were screaming and hollering at each other and it never came to blows, but there were parts where it was heated and parts where it was silent and parts where it was probably calmer. He said he had a drug addiction. And then he admitted he had been
And
stealing
that's
money.
the thing, right? Right. He does admit to stealing money. And so he swaps killing his wife and son for drug addiction, right? Like I all say, he comes up with this whole story because it was better. To say that he had a drug addiction and all this, and even to admit to stealing the money was better than admitting that's not the worst thing. Like that's the lead. There's something worse than that that's worth protecting, right?
Money,
From who?
he, from the law firm and from clients.
Did he say?
And he didn't specifically spell any certain person out or any certain organization out, but he said, I've been stealing from the firm and from clients.
What did he say about that 192 with you? What was the phrase he used?
I have to cuss to say it. He said,
Go ahead and say it.
I shit you up. I'm sorry. I've shit you up. And shit a lot of people up. I asked him, how long has this been going on? I couldn't believe that I didn't know it. Never saw it. Never suspected it.
That's what he said.
Drugs or money.
And what did he say?
Just said it had been going on for a long time.
Did he say anything else in this conversation?
Just said he had been good about covering it up, especially the drugs. I didn't really ask much about I didn't know the extent of the client stuff. I knew about me and my $192,000. And in the phone call with Lee, he had said that Alec had been stealing from the firm and from clients, but I didn't know about any specific clients or any specific cases. So we didn't talk about that. I didn't ask about that.
How'd the conversation end?
I don't remember exactly how it ended. I know I left. I don't remember. Like I said, I know we didn't come to blows, and we weren't screaming and hollering at each other when I left, and I wasn't screaming and hollering at him. I was angry.
Over 8 million.
I didn't know how to feel. But at some point I left.
Where'd you go after that?
I started driving back to Columbia and just went through the drive-through at Hardee's in Hampton to grab something for lunch on the way out.
Since that conversation on September 4th, shortly before noon, have you had any conversation with the defendant since then?
No verbal conversations. No, sir.
Did you ever get a text from him?
I've received 1 or 2 texts from him.
James is back. Yeah, I don't know. Spencer might have gone to sleep. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a broken record because some of you guys have heard me say a million times. I don't think the drugs thing is real. You know, for many reasons. Yeah.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. It's a text I received from Alec on September the 16th. I responded on September the 17th.
Put States 351 up on the screen. That's the text you received from Alec.
I'm glad you got help.
Offer that in evidence.
Not my apologies, Your Honor. This time I'll offer States 351 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
No additional objections.
So did it.
All right, now I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Is that the text you received from the defendant?
It is, yes, sir.
Was that the usual number you have for him, or was that a different number?
It's not the normal number. I don't know that I'd ever seen that number before.
Since that time, you haven't had any conversation with him?
I think he texted me maybe one other time, and I tried to respond with something as basic as what I said there, just trying to respond, but not really communicate. I think there may have been one other text very similar to that.
You ever get that $192,000 back?
No, sir.
And when you covered your friend and put that in your trust account, is it because you trusted him?
Yes, sir.
You're looking again at States 452. Defendant had texted you, call me if you up, correct?
Why?
Yes, sir.
No one needs to be apologizing bad language. We all curse all the time. Yeah. So as far as, yeah, I mean, I think that's possible. There's just for so many reasons. It's not, this is him. He was backed into a corner. He had to have another excuse. This is him trying to find a reason to explain the money and also gain sympathy. You know, yeah, I can go on and on about why. It's just, that's it.
And going back to 451, you called him once and he didn't answer, and then got that second call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. He texted me at 9:52. I called him at 9:52. 1 minute, there was no answer. And then I called back at 9:53.
And that was a 3-minute call, that second call?
I can't read on the sheet, but it was very short. I think it was 3 or 4 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think it
3 or 4 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I think
Very
it goes
short.
back to Gloria Satterfield.
And you talked to him. I think you testified. Mentioned a couple things, and he said that he was where and he needed to go.
He said, I'm about to get back home. You know, service is always bad out here. Can we just talk tomorrow? Or he might have said, I'm about to get back to Moselle. I don't remember which phrase he used.
Oh, I guess it's on to Cross. So it's on to Cross, but I think Mark Tinsley is next. Hold on. Oh, Tony Satterfield.
Trying to place put my stuff. There you go. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
That dude.
One thing you said in answering
There's Tinsley.
Mr. Waters' question.
You guys want to watch Chris Wilson's Cross? Do you want to watch Tony Satterfield, Mark Tinsley? Let me know. Make your thoughts known if you have a preference.
Questions on when you got to Moselle late night on the 7th or early morning on the 8th. He asked you something about, did you talk to Alec about the fee issue? And your response was, I did not know there was an issue with the fee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did not know that there was any issue with the fee on June 7th, 2021, correct?
No, sir.
The only conversation you had with anyone about the fee before June 7th.
So what they're trying to do here is change the timeline, as in that when Alex would have been worried about the fee, it was not before the murders, right? That's what they're talking about. So if nobody, yeah, so Gloria, I think a lot of this has to, so since we're talking about it, let's go to Tony Satterfield, because my personal thing is, I think that the motive ties back to that, for a lot of reasons. So let's watch a little bit of this here.
I consider it for purposes of Mr. Murdaugh's character, or you can.
They're reviewing the instruction they're going to tell the jury before they bring Tony Satterfield.
Not consider that as for propensity to commit other crimes, or that it's more likely that he committed these other crimes, which he's been charged but not convicted of.
Well, that's what the Squirrel phone tree is going to be.
It is being allowed based on the state's theory and representation.
Until we get to the witness. Okay, there we go. Here he is.
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
Mr. Satterfield, how you doing today?
Good,
How are you?
I'm good. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what do you do for a living?
I grew up in Hampton, live in Beaufort, and I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital.
Awesome. And court reporter's taking stuff down there. I'm really known for talking fast too, but let's slow it down so they can get everything down. You grew up in Hampton, you said?
Yes,
And you said where'd you work?
Beaufort Memorial.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Work in ER.
How long have you been working there?
A little over 5 years.
Okay. And where did you work anywhere prior to that?
I did.
And where'd you work?
The pharmacy.
Pharmacy. Okay. Who's your mom?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield. And is your mom still with us?
She's not.
If you're asking about Gloria Satterfield, you're about to hear what happened right now with this witness.
And when did she pass?
February 26th,
Her son.
2018.
And do you have a sibling?
I do.
And what's his name?
Brian,
Where'd your mom pass?
in the hospital.
Did something happen to her?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened to her.
She had a trip and fall.
And where did that occur?
I'm not sure the exact date that occurred.
But where?
I'm sorry, at Moselle in Colleton County.
Okay. Was she working for the Murdaugh family?
Okay, so the cameras seem to have frozen.
She was.
And what did you do for them?
She was their housekeeper, babysat for them and anything else they needed.
Babysat, whatever they needed?
Yes.
Housekeeper? How long did she work for them?
A little over 20 years. I'm not sure the exact amount.
20 years. During that time, did you get to know the Murdaugh family?
I did.
Did you get to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, for the jury? Can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Your mom worked for this family for 20 years, babysitting. She helped raise the children.
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie?
A little bit, yes.
Did you get to know Paul or Buster at all?
A little bit, yes.
And you got to know Alec? Right?
Yes.
You said your mom had a trip and fall at Moselle at their property?
Yes.
And she go to the hospital?
Yes.
Was she ever able to tell you how she tripped or anything like that?
No.
How long was she in the hospital before she passed away?
Give and take 4 or 5 weeks, somewhere up in there.
Just want to reiterate. So the only way that anybody heard about her tripping over the dogs, it never came from her. It came from Alex telling other people. Now, remember, he claims he wasn't there and he was at work. However, that can be disproved, and I've done that on the Gloria Satterfield playlist that we have. That he was definitely there, right? He was definitely there. He says he was at work. The only other people who were home were Maggie and Paul, and so the only time you hear about tripping over the dogs is from Alex telling other people. Like, I believe that even comes up in the questioning here.
After she passed away, did you, was there a funeral?
Yes.
And after the funeral, did people go to somebody's house and visit like people do?
Yes.
At any point in time during that funeral or thereabouts, did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
And what?
Objecting to questions
by
Mr. Water that respond with a yes or no. Those are typically leading questions. Not that I'm concerned about these questions. I just don't want my lack of objection to lead to somebody's belief that he can ask questions that respond with a yes or no.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Mr. Waters? I think my question did not suggest the answer. It said, did you have a conversation? And my next question was, what was that conversation? So what was that question? Excuse me. What was that conversation you had with the defendant at the funeral or thereabouts?
If I remember correctly, I'm gonna kind of take care of you boys and kind of,
He was going to do what? I'm sorry?
take care of you boys.
Did he say how he was going to do that?
Partially, yes.
And what did he say?
He was gonna file a claim against the insurance company.
He's going to what?
File a claim
Alex was going to sue his own home insurance.
against his insurance company.
His insurance company?
Yes.
Did he say how much coverage there was?
Like 505,000, I believe.
505,000?
Yes.
And
It's $5 million.
did he say anything about how much money you may receive?
The goal was to get me and my brother Brian at least $100,000 apiece.
And did any other bills need to be taken care of?
The medical bills.
For who?
My mom.
When he told you that, did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you view the defendant as your lawyer?
Yes.
Did you go and meet with him about it?
Yes.
Did he tell you about what to do with any paperwork you may receive?
Any paperwork or bills or anything, just send them to him.
Of course.
Yeah, the Elmo, please.
Elmo.
Is that something you're offering into evidence?
I'm going to show it to the witness, but yes, sir. Yeah, I'll offer States 372 in evidence.
Submitted without objection.
What I told you to do about paperwork, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 372 to your testimony. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that is, please.
This is a cover sheet that I sent him with, I believe I have like a hospital bill and some kind of other important paperwork.
Okay. So you had received some paperwork in the mail?
Yes.
And did you handwrite this?
I did.
And who did you send this to?
Alex Murdaugh.
Put it up on the screen.
Oh, yeah, he does talk about wanting to bang Lori Vallow a lot.
And tell the jury quickly what this is about. Can you see it on the screen? I can bring it back to you if you need.
Okay. So this is a cover sheet that I attached to the documents that I sent Alex.
And what kind of documents? Do you remember what kind they were?
One was a hospital bill and one was from the trailer company, I believe. I don't recall exactly what it was.
Because
The trailer company for who?
My mom.
They were being evicted.
A hospital bill for who?
Yes, my mom.
Your mom? And you sent these to him because they were relevant to the case?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you, as this case was developing, did you go and meet with the defendant at his office?
Yes.
Did he have any paperwork for you?
Yes.
Did he get you to sign some paperwork?
Yes.
Did you become the personal representative of your mom's estate?
I did.
And who gave you the paperwork to sign for that?
Alex.
When you signed that paperwork, were you aware that there had already been a
Leading.
Can't lead the witness.
Judge Newman. Cute.
At some point in time, did Alex say he wanted to involve another lawyer?
Twiz, you're on them right on. I believe so. I believe so. Absolutely. That is what I think. Because he couldn't have done any of this. Out of all the money he stole from one single family or one single client, this was the one he took the most money for. And this was actually pretty early on in the whole scheme of things. earlier. And so I think that that is what I think. That is what I think. And here's the thing. The only other people who were there were Maggie and Paul. And that is why I find it especially interesting that he lured Maggie and Paul to Moselle and not Buster. What is it that it has in common with Alex, Maggie, and Paul? Those are the two things. And they were there, and they're the ones that called 911, and Alex pretended he wasn't there and that he was at work. Now, remember, the other thing that's of note is that the murders were June 7th, 2021. At the beginning of June, it came out in the media that the insurance company had settled. Because remember, he was lying to Tony Satterfield and his brother, saying there's no money, it's still. And what happened was the way they found out, and at the beginning of June, of 2021, they found out because they saw it on the news. And you have to think about, well, what if Maggie and Paul, if this had been kind of swept under the rug or whatever, right? But then they saw this. Maybe it's entirely, I mean, I would imagine that they didn't know that he was stealing all this money, right? But imagine if you were them and you learned about this settlement and then something clicked, right? Because it's entirely possible too that, like, when I say they were there, they were home, it's entirely possible that they didn't witness it, right? But, it might just be that something clicks when you hear that the case is settled and that they didn't get any of this money. I don't know. You guys see where I'm going with that? I don't know.
Yes. And who was that?
Corey Fleming.
And what did he tell you about that?
If I understood it correctly, I'm going to send you to Corey Fleming, my friend, because I can't do it again. Do the claim against myself because it'd be a conflict of interest. That's how I understood it.
And did you ultimately meet with Corey Fleming?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with him?
If I recall correctly, maybe once or twice.
Over the course of this case, if you had a question, who would you call?
Alex.
At some point, did the defendant, Alec, have a conversation with you about letting someone else be PR?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
That I should let somebody else be PR because based on he's a businessman and it would be hard for the insurance to go up against somebody like that.
Okay. And who told you that?
Alex.
And what did you say to that?
Yes.
And did somebody else get involved at this point?
Yes.
And who was that?
The PR, Chad Westendorf.
At that point in time, did you sign any paperwork
He's also in
for him to
federal
become PR?
prison.
I did.
All right. And who brought you that paperwork?
I believe I signed it at Alex's office or I went to the bank. I can't recall.
And at that point in time, were you aware of any recovery in the case?
No.
Were you aware a recovery had already been received in the case?
No.
Did anyone at that time tell you there was already $505,000 that had been recovered?
No.
That's not in evidence. I mean, he's just throwing these numbers and times out. There's nothing in the record to indicate when it was received or how it was dispersed. I object.
I asked him, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
What about
Ask
the
him if he
legal
was aware of that.
objection?
I think that's relevant.
Aware of something that no one's said happened? I mean, I would object.
Rephrase your question, please.
Poot. By the way, this cross is really offensive. Poot gets up here. It is disgustingly gross. Just wait, guys. It is horrifying.
Did Alec tell you there had been?
Paul was asking a question. Do I think Maggie or Paul ever thought Gloria's accident? The thing is this. It's entirely possible that they didn't think that until they learned about this. And that's what I'm wondering. If it's, I mean, it's entirely possible, right? Like maybe they knew the whole time, but also I would say it's possible they didn't because if they, there was a lot when we went through all this, when we were covering all this stuff with Gloria Satterfield, it seemed like they were in the house. Okay. And because it was questionable as to what, because Maggie and Paul are like, yeah, we didn't see her, but we know she fell down the stairs. And then it's like, well, they learned that from Alex, but Alex wasn't there. And anyway, I think if I remember correctly, when we went through all this, it seems like they didn't see it, right? And then Alex told them, oh, she tripped and fell. But then I guess he said, just tell everybody I was at work and they lied for him or whatever, right? And that maybe they didn't connect the dots or whatever until this whole thing happened when it was like, oh, and it's connected to the death. And it's also connected to Alex suing himself, right?
been a recovery of $505,000 already in the case at that time?
No,
Did he ever tell you there had been a recovery of $505,000 at that time?
no,
Was there a recovery at that time of $505,000 as you come to find out?
later on.
Later on you found out?
Yes,
And did he ever pay you one dime?
no,
Who was the PR that the defendant talked to you about appointing instead of you?
Chad Westendorf.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes, like once or twice.
Did he ever tell you about a $505,000 settlement that already occurred?
No,
Did the defendant ever tell you that he also had a $5 million umbrella policy?
no,
So this kid here is a major victim of Alex's in a big way, right? His mom was basically a second mom to the Murdaugh family for over 20 years. And that's how she made a living, right? And then she dies, they're on the property, and she was a single mom. Now his brother, this witness's brother, has special needs, okay? So when the mom dies, that puts Tony as now the sole caregiver and sole provider, right? And meanwhile, they've got all these medical bills coming in. They're being evicted from the trailer where they're living. Alex knows this, has been stealing all the money from the settlement and lying to them all along. And at this point in time, if memory serves, they still hadn't received anything. But see, Eric Bland had got involved, and now they've, they were able to get something, but still, in other words, he fucked this family over a million times,
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery against that?
no,
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery for $3.8 million against that?
no,
Did he ever pay you one penny of $3.8 million?
no,
As the months went on and moving into the early part of June 2021, would you periodically have conversations with Alec about the case?
yes.
How often do you think you would talk to Alec?
Every 3 to 4 months, give and take.
And you recall what Alec would tell you about the case?
Yes, first it started off, the hard case, and then it was making progress.
Say that again.
At first it started off as it was going to be a hard case, and then it turned into we're making progress.
And that's what Alex would just keep telling them. We're making progress, we're making progress. Meanwhile, he's getting all these payouts and stealing it. Incredible.
Making progress?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
And
For real.
what had the defendant told you about the most that you could recover? What did he tell you at least?
Nothing.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463 to your testimony and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are text messages between me and Alex.
All right, this time I would move States 463 and 453, excuse me, into evidence.
Subject to previous objections, no objection.
That sounds
It's admitted.
dangerous, Kane. We're going to zoom in on the screen over there.
Do you recognize that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
And who is that text from?
Alex.
And who is it to?
Me.
And
Okay.
can you read to the jury what that text says?
It says, hey man, just checking in, been working on case and made me think about you. Hope all is good. Call me anytime I can help.
And what was the date?
Oh, God. Ew. Sorry. I just forgot about that one. Call me anytime I can help. You mean rape them more? Sorry for using that word. I mean it in the way of like financially and like trusting wise and all that, right? Not physically, but just Jesus Christ. Call me anytime I can help. Fucking
Date
help.
of that text.
April 12th, 2021 at 12:47.
All right. I'm going to go to this next one. Do you recognize that text?
Yes.
And who is that from?
That is from me to Alex responding to his text.
All right. And read that text to the jury once you sent.
That text says, hey man, I'm doing good. By the way, how's the case going? Just curious, but how are you?
Look at that. How's the case going? Just curious, but how are you? Doesn't even want to make it seem like they're being too needy or not even needy, right? You guys see why that is so just, ugh. That's Tony's text to Alex. By the way, so he's like, hold on. He's like, hey man, I'm doing good. By the way, how's the case going? Just curious, but how are you? Like, that's the more important thing, is how's Alex? I swear to God.
Show you this next text. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who's that from?
that is from Alex to me.
It's
All right, and
absolutely.
can you read that to the
fucking
jury?
Finally getting some movement, still a ways to go, doing good, was just thinking about.
Finally getting some movement. I just want to strangle him. Obviously, Alex, not the witness. Obviously, just making it clear because some people are not as familiar with this case. I just want to fucking strangle him.
And thought I'd check in. Hope to see you soon.
Still a ways to go is what he said?
Yes.
Still a ways to go.
At that point in time, did he tell you there had already been 2 recoveries in the case?
No.
Ugh.
Going to this last text, what is that? Who is that from?
That is from me back to Alex responding to his text.
All right. And what does it say?
Cool, thanks.
That part 2. Gotcha.
Hold on for me just one second.
So the total what I remember is over 8 million. It could be higher than that, honestly. It could have been, it was like 8 million from other clients and then however much it was from the Satter. I mean, it was over 5 million from the Satterfields. It's not done yet. The umbrella policy was 5 million. So, I mean, when you add all that up, it's got to be more than 8 million total then, right? Because, yeah. I'm sure we'll hear it at some point, but like, yeah, it's gotta be more than 8 million. It's probably more. Maybe it was 8 million from this one family. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's where I got the 8 from. Maybe it was 8 million from this one family. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I believe without objection, I'm going to strike out one of the phone numbers on here so it can't be viewed. That's correct.
Good night, Kane, if you fall asleep. Yeah, I like Jane. That's funny. Jane.
Around this point in time, so we're in the late spring of 2021. Had you become aware of any media reporting about there actually being a settlement in your mother's case?
Here we go.
Yes, somebody sent me a text or something saying a legal document, but I can't remember who sent it to me.
This is right before the murders, guys. And that's the thing. That's the thing.
All right. And
The timing
can't
of
remember
it
who sent
all.
it to you?
Yes, that's right.
Did that cause you to reach out to the defendant and ask the status of the case?
Yes.
We love twins.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
I believe in June.
And do you remember if that was before or after the murders in this particular case?
I believe that was after.
Have you seen some records since the previous time I'm talking about this?
Previous to the call, no.
Are you saying because of the Gloria Satterfield? That, yeah. I mean,
Let me show you what's been marked as 454 to your testimony. Is that some records you've been provided?
Yes.
And there's just some records of phone calls between you and Alec
Yes.
on June 22nd?
Yes.
there's some
Do
really
you have any, would you periodically reach out to the defendant and get updates about the case?
Yes.
And you had family reach out and ask you to get updates because of reading things in the media, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had conversations with him in June of 2021?
Yes.
You don't remember if those were before or after the murders?
I think they would have they would have told law enforcement, right? That's what I think. What I think is like if that dawned on them, hey, wait a second, they would have gone and told law enforcement. And I think, again, this is my personal perspective, having delved way into this. I think that for Alex, having your own family, right, go and say what they saw and then say, like, maybe we didn't tell you all the details or whatever it is, right? And like, basically they're like eyewitnesses essentially, right? I think if you weigh the cost benefit analysis, right, of like, what do you think you're going to be less likely to be convicted of murder on, right? He probably thought maybe that he was less likely to be convicted of murder if he killed them and there weren't any witnesses. You see what I'm saying? Right? Like that there would be, like that if Maggie and Paul went to law enforcement, right? That would be a tougher case to win, potentially, versus taking his chances with this. Maybe.
Answer the question after June 7th. I would object to the leading question. I would object to the suggestion that he hasn't already answered.
That's
occurred.
a great point. He would have lost them regardless. That's a great point. Yeah, and the thing is I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what he was so greedy for. And I don't know where all the money went in terms of if he spent it and what he spent it on. But in terms of where I think the remainder is, I have thoughts on that. It's not drugs. It's not drugs, people. Not drugs. Not drugs. Yeah, and Cousin Eddie probably could have even, well, no one wanted to call him because, again, he was a wild card. But everything that we knew from Cousin Eddie would only have said, because like part of it, he tries to make it seem like Cousin Eddie was like his drug dealer. Cousin Eddie did not drug. His attorney comes on STS regularly, and anyway, and everything that I know about it, like he did not deal drugs, and Alex basically, I think, was hedging his bets that he could just say this about Cousin Eddie, that Cousin Eddie was dealing, and that nobody would be able to verify it one way or the other, and that people would be too afraid to call him on the witness stand. But basically, it's not a thing. I mean, something. I've put a lot of thought into this because I'm like, the thing for me is, what is it that he's hiding that is worse than all the shit he's already been convicted of? I mean, what is it? It's like, what is the bigger secret? There's a bigger secret here. And I swear, I hope that I figure it out before I die. Like but it's not, I don't know how, it's just not, I've tossed some ideas around in my head, but none of them seem to fit. And there's not really enough to really, I don't know. There's just not enough. Like I have thoughts about where the money would be if whatever remainder there is, but that doesn't explain why he started doing it in the first place. Unless, I mean, who knows? The only other thing I could say is this. There's some people that are that messed up in the head that they do shit just to see if they can, right? Like if he's like a legit psychopath, maybe it just was literally because he just doesn't care. Like he doesn't care. And he just wanted to see how much he'd get away with. There's some people that are like that. It's not common. But I mean, maybe that's why there isn't a clear reason for in terms of why he started stealing the money in the first place, right? I mean, these are all, I mean, the thing is somebody would have come forward, and he was always around his family, not just his family, his law partners. This is a dude who had eyes on him at all times. This is not a dude who was like disappeared for a period of time. This is a dude who had eyes on, you guys have heard, not even all the testimony yet, but so many close friends for decades, right? This is a dude who worked long hours, but was always at the office with other people. He was never there by himself. His paralegal stayed. I mean, it's like, he was never taking random trips places, the trip to the Bahamas that people tried to, in the media, I guess, portray something that was completely, just misrepresented. The trip to the Bahamas was with Maggie's family after the murders, before he was a suspect, basically. It was a family trip because he was going with them. Anyway, it's just, this is not a dude that had that, I don't know. It's just, it's crazy. That's all. I mean, gambling isn't even legal there. Now, we did talk a little bit about this on the last one. We went on a big deep dive into Stephen Smith. And there are these clubs. Now, I will just say, my personal opinion being like, a Murdaugh, whatever, I don't know. It's just, again, it's like, not something to be proud of to have like this much knowledge about a single case. But anyway, I've been following this since day one, and I don't think he was into dudes. I just don't think he was into dudes. I don't think he was into dudes, but I could be wrong, but I don't think he was into dudes. But beyond that, the thing that is even less likely, I don't even think he was going to female strip clubs. Why? He was always around his fucking family. Everybody testifies to that. Everybody. And you better believe that if anybody could have thought that they could even just say that to throw him under the bus and it could have been believable, they would have said it. Right? After everything, he fucked everybody over. And still, nobody said he did anything like that. And he was always around the family. They were always together. I mean, it was just, unless he could clone himself, right? You know what I mean? And all of these things that are highly illegal, but they do eat up money, right? They're not easy to do with people around you all the time, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're things that you have to take time and you have to have a whole thing. And I don't even know. It would be like a double life, maybe. That's possible. I still don't know if that would account for all the money, but possible. Underground gambling. Is this like in person or like, I don't know. But they have all the records for his bank accounts. And that's the thing, right? I guarantee you this is a fool who doesn't even know what cryptocurrency is, if that's what anybody would think is maybe a way. Like, it's just, like I said, the way for Alex, my thought is gold bars, right? That is, this is old school, just look at this gallery here, right? So, but again, you'd have to go in person though, right? How? Like, I just don't know how it would be possible. I don't know.
Or after June 7th,
We will keep thinking about it. We're not giving up. So
2021, he's impeaching his own witness.
I think I'm establishing a point that's not in dispute. These records say what they say.
I think he was prefacing that question with, you don't remember when you learned about it sometime in early June. If he's conceding the witness said he didn't learn about it until after June 7th, we don't have an argument. He's already testified to that.
Final speaking response.
Witness testified. He had a conversation in June. He's testified in the spring of 2021 that he became aware of media reports and reached out to them. We've already seen some texts. Did
you guys pick up on that? I did. So in his proffer, he said, the timeline's been different. And I'm not blaming Tony, obviously. So what they're trying to get into is the timeline of when he learned about the settlement. And so Poot is trying to object.
Some calls. I'm just following up on the fact that he had repeated communications with the defendant, asking him what is the status of my case, and was told as we move in time to the murders, oh, everything's fine. I'm still working on it.
Sustained. That's the leading the witness.
Thank you. It's just a habit I got in and I can't seem to break it.
I'm saying that I think that probably he was potentially storing it that way. There's people that do that shit, right? I'm saying potentially that's what he was storing money that way before the murders. The money he's been stealing, right? For I don't know what for. I'm just saying, like, he's been able to continue paying his attorneys, right? So there's that.
I apologize. And by the way, if you ruled against me, I would still say thank you. It's just what I've learned to do. I don't know whether it's an old time thing or not.
Oh, shut up.
I'm going to apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Just to clear this up, how often would you talk to the defendant?
3 to 4 times a year, something I believe. I can't recall. Every few months.
Would you talk by phone or would you talk by text or both?
Both.
And when you would talk to him, would you ask about the status of your case?
Yes.
And each time you talked to him, what did he say?
It was making progress.
Make progress. hard case or not?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you about how much money he might be able to get for you?
The goal was to get 100,000 apiece for me and my brother.
At any time over the years, did he ever tell you that there had already been a recovery in the case?
No.
At any time over the years, did he mention anything about having a $5 million umbrella policy?
No.
At any time, did he ever pay you 1 penny?
No.
You testified earlier that you became the personal representative. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why were you the personal representative and not your brother?
Because my brother is a vulnerable adult and he has a disability.
Suppose so.
That my brother, he's a vulnerable adult, so he's not able to function as a normal human being.
The vulnerable
Be doing
adult.
stuff like that.
He's a vulnerable adult.
Yes.
After the murders happened, at some point after that, did you go seek, or did you and your family go seek additional representation about this matter?
Yes.
And who did y'all eventually go to?
My aunt and my uncle went to Mark Tinsley, and then they sent us to Eric Land.
Fuck yeah, they did. Do it.
Are you aware of there being a confession of judgment in your case against the defendant for those missing recoveries?
Yes.
This document.
Sir. Your Honor, Officer States 352. And you're aware there's a confession of judgment in that case?
Yes.
Did you have to file a claim against the defendant for those 2 recoveries you never got for your mom's case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 352. You're not a lawyer, are you?
No.
And have you read all that legal stuff in there?
Yes.
All right. But this has been something that you're aware of that occurred in your case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And ultimately, there's a confession of judgment in the case. Do you know how much it is right there?
$4,305,000.
Right. And is that for $3.8 million for one of them?
Yes.
And for $505,000 for the other recovery?
Yes.
I know. I know. It's so true. Right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So speaking of which, let me show you guys this real quick, this quick short little video that I made from when I covered this before. For anyone who hasn't seen it, and even if you have, I think it's just to reiterate the significance of Redbeard, and nobody talked about this. So let me show you guys this. It's just a real quick video here.
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so.
Sorry, let me back it up so you guys can see the subtitles here. Okay.
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
Sorry about cousin Eddie. Digging ditches.
When did he do that? He started within the last couple of months.
That's the couple months after the murders, people. This interview was in September of 2021.
And that property, where's it at in Eugene? It's off of United Road, United Drive. Okay. I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
Alrighty? Already? Cousin Eddie digging some ditches up there a couple months after the murders. Never says why. No one ever follows up on it. Okay, now we're on Street View, guys. What do you guys think about this situation? It's just some swamp and forest, you know, nothing to see here. Just Redbeard. It wasn't easy to find this, by the way. This was a whole thing. We did a whole Redbeard deep dive We pulled up all the property deeds. We did the whole thing. We did it the right way. No one talked about Redbeard. It just sort of there was so much craziness happening in this trial when they got to this side of the road stuff that no one even seemed to hear it. Like no one even, it just, boop, you know? And I was like, hang on, Redbeard digging ditches, pardon? Anyway, so there you go. There's that tractor. Oh, we've talked about this forever, Heather. I know you've not been here. We've talked about this. So basically there's a stables, like a horse stables place right adjacent to this is the middle of nowhere. Like if I back it up, check it out, guys. Like this is acres. There's nothing out there. The only thing out there, can you guys see my mouse? See at the bottom right corner where there's a piece of land that is plowed. It says AMW stables, horse stables. Guess who has a ton of riding experience? Me. And so my thing I've been saying is that the only way to get in here and be inconspicuous would be like, okay, I'm going to book a horse and I'm going to go ride it on the property. And the whole thing I would all say is I've got my folding shovel in my backpack. And I go out there with my folding shovel. I'm just riding a horse, and that's how I would go through. And look at this. You got a nice body of water and everything. Look at that. So remember, if I go forward, look at that body of water in the middle and keep your eye on that, guys. Keep your eye on that body of water. I'm zooming in. And then when you see the X, that is literally the address of where the plot is and where it's going to zoom in when I go to Street View. So look at that body of water. And there I'm zooming in more. And there's the X. Wait, there it is. So that when we get to Tractor World, that is the exact place. And that goes all the way down. That's the path you can see here leading to that. There's nothing out there. Literally nothing out there. So, oh yeah, and he had a bunch of land. Deeds are public record, and I've looked into all of it. I know every land thing he's ever owned. I know all of it. And Moselle, he got that property. The deed was signed over to Maggie for $5. From Barrett Bulware. Go for it. So, in terms of the money, right? It's just like, the obvious thing is like, oh, it's in foreign bank. You know what people have not done? People have not checked no one's even brought it up. This is what I'm saying, guys, right? And so like my thought, potentially money, guns, the clothes he was wearing, anything. And the other thing is this also, the side of the road thing, that doesn't make any sense. That whole thing with Cousin A doesn't make any sense. And I have thoughts about that. And I think it has to do with him meeting Cousin Eddie potentially to give him things to take up to Redbeard, because it's after that he starts digging the fucking ditches. Anyway, right. Who owns Redbeard now? Yes, other people do own it now. That's, and we did, I can't remember. It was sold. No, wait, hold on. We did an entire deep dive on this. And so I don't remember who it was off the top of my head, but that information is on an episode. What I could try to do for next time is I can find it, right? And of course, everything's timestamped. I can try to find the episode and the timestamps and everything and pull it up, because it was a lot of detectiving basically. But the deed is easy to get, but then it's like, it was like under a name of like a thing, but it's like, who is that thing? And like, that thing doesn't look like it exists. And then it was kind of hard. In other words, it's like somebody who doesn't want it to be known who they are. That's what I can say about it. But like, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, if pot was being grown on there, that would have been figured out whenever. So what happened was, you know, because he owed all this money for the boat crash and for everything else, right? All these people, like, that's how this land got turned over. So that, I think that would have been discovered, because that is a legal process that would have involved the authorities. But you know what they wouldn't have done? If shit's buried out there, it's acres and acres and acres, right? You know what I mean? I think it would be, you know, it would be harder to hide like a marijuana operation, but I mean, you could, you know, I mean, and it looks like the pond is for irrigation, but I'm just saying, like, it just look at it, right? Like, I saw this and I was like, huh. And I will also add that he owned at the time the adjacent plots of land. It wasn't just this. He owned the adjacent plots of land next to it, but it's just that he references Redbeard specifically. And Redbeard was this specific plot because they're cordoned off. And again, we covered all of that, how that works. It's pretty interesting how they do it. With the plots of land. And then we compared that with the deeds. And then we compared the plots of, kind of like with BK with the map overlay. It was like that, where we had the plots of land, the way they divvy that up, and then compared to Google Maps and then Google Earth and all the different views, so that we could make sure we had exactly the right place. It was really fun. Yeah, the smoke, I see that. Yeah, for sure. Again, it's all public. So unless he used a different name or something, I mean, but you know, yeah, they were big into hunting. And that's the thing in terms of where he invested his money. It's clear. We heard about that already. He invested his money, and so did a lot of people. Like, they bought land, just land with nothing on it. Right. That was their thing. So, you know, okay. So now we'll go back to the testimony. I just want to play that for you guys, so you guys have an idea when I talk about Redbeard, why I'm like talking about Redbeard. You can have a visual.
When the defendant came to you around the time of your mom's funeral and said he was going to help you and file a claim on your behalf, why did you agree to that?
Because I trusted him.
There it is. Nothing further. Okay, get ready to be offended. People, get ready to be major offended.
Your name is Tony?
Yes, sir.
May I call you Tony?
Shut the fuck up, Poot. You know his name. Oh my God.
Tony rather than Mr. Satterfield?
Absolutely.
And this kid is so polite.
A little quicker. Between your name and my name, I might add a little bit to this cross.
Stop
So let me ask you a few questions about your mother's death, and I apologize if in any way this brings back bad memories. I apologize. Y'all filed a lawsuit or made a claim against, I mean, basically Alec told you he would be the defendant. You'd be suing him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was based on some dogs tripping your mom as you're going down the stairs. Is that right?
That's what they said, yes.
Okay. But the only person that represented dogs tripped your mother going down the stairs was Alex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So without his assertion, I mean, if she fell down the stairs, there'd be no law.
Okay, hang on. Listen. Let's think about this. So you know how we were just talking about this, right? We were like saying, yeah, but wait, hold on. It's weird because the only person who's like, where did this come from? Oh, it came from Alex, right? And like, obviously that looks a certain way. Look at how Poot's going to try to flip this.
That represented dogs tripped your mother going down the stairs was Alex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So without his assertion, I mean, if she fell down the stairs, there'd be no lawsuit, right?
I guess that's
okay,
right.
I'm sorry, not a lawyer. You would accept my representation if she just fell down the stairs on her own.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Right.
All right. Repeat your question because I don't understand the question.
It's okay. Strike it, withdraw it. It's going down a rabbit hole. Don't need to do that. So let me ask you this. During this process, your lawyer, for the record, he told you, was Corey Fleming, right?
Yes.
And that was your lawyer.
Well, that was Murdaugh. They were all a team.
They were a team. The person being sued, and
Yes.
again, you're not sophisticated on this,
Oh
was
my
part of the
God.
team to get you a recovery.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a guy named Chad Westendorf. He was with the bank, right?
Yes.
And he was actually the PR. He took over, and it was his job to make sure y'all got your money, right?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Like one time, it was just assigned some paperwork for him to be PR.
Right. And did you ever call him and say, what's going on with my case?
No.
Did you ever call Corey Fleming and ask what's going on in that case?
No.
And let me make sure I understand your testimony. You got some notice of something in the paper, and at some point after June 7th, you had either a phone call or a text or an email with Alec Murdaugh asking him what's going on, right?
Yes.
Now, and again, we see a series of phone calls on June 22nd.
Yes.
Right? Where y'all were talking about this.
Yes.
But was there anything on June 7th or prior to June 7th where you accused him of anything? Accused
Prior
him
to June 7th? No.
Okay. Now, after you became aware of, well, we saw just a moment ago a confession of judgment where Alec Murdaugh admitted that he owed you $3 million. I'm not get this wrong. There it is.
Evil.
$4,305,000. Is that right?
That's the judgment, yes.
Okay. But you hired a lawyer.
Look at this.
Eric,
Stop it.
very fine lawyer, and he actually sued
A very fine lawyer, he says.
Mr. Murdaugh's firm and some other folks and got you $6.5 million, right?
You guys see where this is going? You guys see where this is going? It's like when I saw this happening live in real time, I was like, no way. I'm confused because there's no way he's going to do what what it seems like he's going to do in front of this jury. No fucking way.
Yes. I know. Not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I'm aware of is the judgment.
So Mr. Bland didn't tell you about the 6.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're not repeating yourself here. And so you actually recovered 6.5 million, which would be a couple $1 million more than you would have gotten had you received the money that Alex took, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He's suggesting that they made a profit. Guys want to hear that again?
You've been made more than whole for that loss.
Oh.
Yes.
$2 million more than you would have gotten had he not taken your money. Right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. I didn't even have to say it because he did it. It's like he spelled it out. Like he spelled it out. Like, jury, just in case you missed it, here's how much of a dick I am. Wow.
The money that Alex took, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you've been made more than whole for that loss.
Yes.
$2 million more than you would have gotten had he not taken your money, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, sort of.
I better believe Eric Bland was like just trying to not jump up there and strangle this Poot.
The last question that I think I have for you. Okay.
For reals. Last question I have for you.
Well, one last question is this.
Right.
On June 7th, prior to June 8th, had you ever threatened Alec Murdaugh with exposure?
Can you repeat the question again?
Prior to June 8th, 2021, did you ever threaten Alec Murdaugh saying, I know you stole my money. Where's my money? You know, I know you got the money. Did you threaten him in any way?
No.
Okay.
Does he look like a threatening character, Poot?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank God. I don't know why they're laughing. God damn it.
Thank you. Going back to the right exhibit.
Jesus.
States 453.
Oh, yeah.
These were texts that you had about the case. Is that right?
Yes.
And when did those occur?
These occurred in the spring and April of 2021.
April of 2021. And there had been media reporting about there being a settlement in this particular case, even though you hadn't received any money?
Yes.
There you go.
Did you have periodic conversations with the defendant over the course of time?
Yes.
And would you ask him about the case?
Yes.
And he would tell you what?
It's a hard case or it's a work in progress.
After all this happened, have you come to find out that the defendant took all of your money?
Yes.
And that's what led to that confession of judgment?
Yes.
Did he, though, ever pay you 1 cent?
No.
Because it came from insurance, and that's the thing. Alex never paid anything.
You were asked about.
Think about it. Alex is the one that stole the money, but the money that they ended up getting paid, as you know, that they should have had the first time, just came from more insurance, and not from Alex. He never had to actually pay it back.
Corey Fleming, and I think you said they were all a team. Is that right?
Yes.
at its core, who did you consider was your lawyer for your mom's case?
Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. He may have one more
Oh,
question.
mother of
Anything
God.
further?
No, thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Gross. Okay. Are you guys up for Tinsley? Are you guys up for Tinsley? Because we got a Tinsley and then he's the last witness of the day. If you guys are up for it.
Raise your right hand and stand by. Do you affirm the testimony about your testimony which trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat and get stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Mark Tinsley, Tinsley.
All right, cool. We'll do it.
Mr. Tinsley, how you doing today?
Good.
Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Please tell them a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, and a little bit about your profession, please.
You went to Clemson.
I said my name is Mark Tinsley. I'm a lawyer. I practice in Allendale. I've been there since about 2000. I'm originally from.
Mr. Tinsley, get that mic a little bit closer to you.
Yeah.
Well, the mic's short and my knees apparently are long.
Every single witness, no matter what their size is, cannot get them. If the problem is the chair and the witness box. Literally, it became a running joke because with every witness, no matter what, they couldn't get to this microphone. It was like a whole thing.
This is the most uncomfortable place to sit.
You can bend it down a little bit.
This is funny though. This is fucking funny.
I said my name is Mark Tinsley. I'm a lawyer. I practice in Allendale. I've been there since about 2000. I'm originally from.
Mr. Tinsley, get that mic a little bit closer to you.
Well, the mic's short and my knees apparently are long because this is the most uncomfortable place to sit.
You can bend it down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. I'm from Anderson originally. I went to Clemson. I carried an orange book bag when I was at Carolina. I went to law school there. I graduated in 98. I worked in Columbia for a couple of years doing primarily insurance defense work. You've heard a lot of plaintiffs' lawyers. So I would have been one of the lawyers representing an insurance company that was hired to or had the coverage on somebody who was getting sued, or I would have dealt with coverage. Is a specific loss covered or something? So that's primarily what I did for the first 2 years. One of my good friends was originally from Barnwell. I made my way to Allendale in 2000, and I've been there ever since.
And so since Barnwell, have you been in a law firm? You've been in practice? Tell us a little more about that.
I have. I practice with Gooding and Gooding. When you live in a small town, you do all kinds of things. I have the luxury of having a successful practice and being able to go to different places and handle cases. I try cases. I try truck wrecks. I try highway defect cases where there's something wrong with the way that the contractor had not really designed the road, but maintained the road, and somebody gets catastrophically injured. I tried bad faith cases where an insurance company has coverage, but for some reason or another, they don't do what they were supposed to do under the contract, and their insured gets harmed as a result or suffers a loss. And so, I pick and choose, but when you're in a small town, you help people. And so I end up doing all kinds of things. There's no case that's too small, no case that's too big. If I can help you, I try to help you.
All right. Over the years, being a lawyer doing this kind of work in this area, have you had call to get to know the lawyers and what used to be known as PMPED?
I have. There's only 17 miles basically between Allendale and Hampton. Small bars.
What do you mean?
At one time, I think there were really only 4, maybe 5 lawyers in Allendale, and about twice, maybe it ultimately gets up to 3 or 4 times that many in Hampton, but it's a small bar. And I had occasion to work with, you saw Ronnie Crosby, I think, yesterday. I've handled a number of cases with Ronnie Crosby. You've heard Lee Cope's name mentioned. I've had cases with Lee Cope, but I knew everybody.
All right. And did that include the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
It does.
And how long have you known him?
It's hard. I heard Chris Wilson this morning. I don't remember exactly. I came in 2000. I always remember him being there. So sometime shortly after I came to
And he has no memory of being in the area without Alex being there.
just in the 14th Circuit.
And do you see him in courtroom here today?
Sure. He's immediately to the right of Mr. Poot.
To the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Over the years, as you knew Alec Murdaugh, did you ever do anything professionally, either with him or against him?
I hate to be a lawyer, Mr. Waters. I I had a case where a defendant was in default and Alec was a special referee, meaning you may remember Chris Wilson said in that Mack truck case, one of the defendants didn't answer. And so if you get sued and you don't respond at the right time, then you're in default. And so the other side by default wins generally. And Alec was my special referee, meaning this guy had been accused of selling some property under lien. He was arrested at his job and we sued a company called Southern Finance that incidentally went into bankruptcy. It's a long, complicated story, but we got reversed. And so I didn't do that again.
But just generally, have you had?
Well, yeah, I mean, but I didn't handle cases with Alec. I didn't, unlike say Ronnie or Lee Cope, and we just didn't have that sort of relationship. I guess he and I did so much of the same thing. I don't recall a time over the last 20 years where we worked on a case together.
Being a small bar and doing the same kind of thing, though, y'all are generally familiar with one another and the type of cases y'all were handling and that sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a small bar and you do the roster meetings. You know what everybody's doing. You see what cases they have. Yeah, absolutely. You know if they have a success, a big case, or a failure.
You ever been in court when Alec was doing a closing argument?
Yes, probably a couple of times. There was he tried a case in Allendale. It was the first case. I think it was 98 that the Allendale courthouse burned. The story is that Judge Peoples from Barnwell was going to sentence some guy for a drug offense, and Judge Peoples was very strict on drug offenses. And so the guys who were going to be sentenced on Monday decided Sunday would be a good day to burn the courthouse. So they burned the courthouse.
Oh, wow.
And so many months later, I think Judge Peoples ended up sentencing them.
Stop it. I want the story. No, I want the story about the courthouse.
At any rate,
Right?
they rebuilt the courthouse. And so the first case that was tried in 2005, Alec tried. And I was there when he made his closing argument.
You were present when he did the closing on that?
I was.
Did he get emotional during that closing?
He cried.
Ooh.
Relevance.
Any response?
Your Honor, I think this is just relevant to the defendant and his practice as a lawyer, background information. And I think there's been a lot put in issue about the defense about that as well. And I think this is fair from this witness.
We're in the year 2000.
2005, March 2005, it was.
Same discussion.
Okay, because too remote in time.
Um,
Sure, already heard it.
Let me ask you just a little bit about, though, being in this kind of type of work in a sort of small bar in a small area. You said y'all are generally familiar with what each other are doing to do some of the work?
I think so.
And when you're, are there any sort of documentation at the court, jury rosters and things like that, or rosters that you can pay attention to and have an idea of what each other's doing?
Well, I mean, it is a roster. It is a list of cases. Generally, a case comes up for trial, not in civil cases I'm talking about. Supposed to be about a year old. It's usually longer than that, but they go on this list. And so on Monday morning, all the lawyers would show up. There's 100 cases. And so you see what's coming up, who has what cases. And in Hampton in particular, Alec usually seemed like a majority of the cases on the Hampton roster. His name would be on them anyway.
And being a small bar and being, part of that, kind of doing the similar work, is it not uncommon for you to have some knowledge of some of those cases and for others to have knowledge of the cases you're working on?
Sure. Lawyers are the biggest gossips in the world. I mean, everybody knew what everybody was doing.
Facts there.
If you see a case that's on there and then it gets removed or disappears, does that indicate anything to you?
No, I mean, it indicates they were settled. But oftentimes, when you go through the roster, there's actually a notation. The case is settled. The judge will sign what's called a formal order, which just administratively disposes of it, takes it off the roster so that it doesn't stay on that list.
And being as part of that small bar, and this is kind of work you do, that's something you generally pay attention to, as other lawyers part of that area do.
Well, it's a lot like sitting in here. I mean, it's easier to pay attention than to just sit there bored. So yeah, you pay attention to it.
Are you familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
I am very familiar. I represent the Beach family. So I filed the boat case.
Right.
And you say the Beach family, are you talking about the family of Mallory Beach?
The family of Mallory Beach, that's right.
And is she the young woman who died in the boat accident?
She did.
And what was the date of that accident?
It was the early morning hours of February 24th, 2019.
At some point, you said you were representing the Beach family. At some point, you were approached by the Beach family?
I was shortly after the wreck. There was an incident on the causeway. So this boat crash happens There's a bridge called, you go over Archer's Creek. Archer's Creek is a creek that separates Paris Island marine installation from, I guess that's Port Royal.
For some of you guys, we were talking about this the other night, and we were talking about how, like, where this happened, this was not in the ocean, right? I was saying it was on a river or a creek. Anyway, it's Archer's Creek. Yeah.
And the boat crash happened at that bridge. There's a road, if you can imagine the causeway, there's an old road that goes down to the base of the bridge. And after the boat crash, the law enforcement had cordoned off, had a rope up or yellow flag, yellow taping up. And so Miss Beach wanted to go down to see where her daughter had died. And she wasn't allowed to.
Objection, relevance, 4-3.
Oh my God.
Objection's overruled.
Please continue.
She wasn't allowed to go down to the bridge. She was told
not?
she was not. She was told it was a crime scene and she couldn't go down there.
All right. What else did she, and when she was hiring you, what else did she report?
Almost immediately thereafter.
You're saying?
For the truth of the matter, asserted the effect on the listener and the reasons for the actions he took, which has become relevant in the boat case.
Only argued and requested by the court.
My apologies.
Objection's overruled.
Almost immediately thereafter, a car pulled up driven by Alex's father. His wife was in the front seat. Alex's wife, Maggie, was in the front seat. They were waved down to the bridge, and that caused her a great amount of distress.
Did she ultimately hire you to represent her?
That day I got involved.
At some point, as you get involved, you start to investigate the occurrence?
I did. I started to investigate, but I started to try to put pressure on law enforcement, which is, I'm drawing a distinction there almost immediately because the concern was that it was going to get covered up by the Beach family, and they didn't want that to happen.
Your Honor, I would object to these references to covering up. It's not relevant to the motive purpose for this testimony, and it is prejudicial under 4-3.
Sustain the objection.
Right, the previous response.
Objection is sustained. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Just generally, you investigate the case. Is that
I did.
correct? And at some point, did you reach out or have any discussions with anyone who was representing the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I did. Well, I've talked to a number of the partners, but after
When you say partners, you're talking about PMP?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. But eventually I came to know that Danny Henderson was appointed as Alec's personal counsel, who was one of the partners. You may remember there was a video from Alec in the front seat of the law enforcement car and the arm that reaches up and squeezes his shoulder while he's crying. That's Danny Henderson.
All right. And did you and Danny Henderson, did he have any documents for you to review?
He brought me all of the insurance policies for all of the insurance that Alec had in place at the time of the boat crash.
And for what reason did he bring you those documents?
Well, when you do what I do, we can't turn back the hands. We can't undo what's happened. And so, the best that you can hope, and when you get a case like this, this kind of loss, nobody gets what their case is worth. If that means anything. Nobody would willingly trade place with these people for money. But that's all that you can do in a civil case is recover money. And so some things are covered by insurance, some things are not. And so many times when we are drafting lawsuits, we want to know what insurance there was so that we try not to destroy the ability for the insurance to apply in the beginning. So that would have been the reason I was looking at the insurance.
His attorney, Danny Henderson, brought the defendant's policies to you to review. Is that right?
It seems like it was a week, 10 days after the boat crash.
All right. And did you review those?
I did.
And what if anything, did you find in those documents?
It did not appear to me that he had any coverage other than there was a policy with Progressive, a watercraft policy that applied to the boat. It was $500,000, and it was offered by Progressive immediately. When you have a catastrophic loss, it's not unusual that an insurance company will say, here's our money, take it, please, because they have an obligation to protect their insured if they can. The other policies that he had didn't provide coverage except for a for-hire hunting operation, which this didn't arise out of. And
what company was that with?
Philadelphia Insurance.
All right. And again, that policy was limited to what?
The occurrence, the accident, if you will, had to arise out of a hunting operation, a business operation. And even if there were some way to say that this boat ride this night did that, there were very specific watercraft exclusions that then excluded the coverage. So accidents are covered, but then you have all these exclusions that take the coverage away. So there was no coverage.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy? First, tell the jury what an umbrella policy is very quickly, if you could.
An umbrella policy would be, if you have a primary policy, say on your car, the umbrella policy would sort of be a coverage. It could be broader than your car. It could also apply to your house. Generally, that coverage is, the limits are multiples of maybe what your liability limits are, and it could be broader than just your house. It could apply to your house and your car. So I don't remember. I think all of the coverage was with Philadelphia, and I remember reviewing all the policies. I don't remember if it was exactly what they were referred to this time.
Did you ever find out if the defendant had an umbrella policy or the status of that policy?
There was no coverage for this boat crash other than with Progressive on the boat.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy at one time, to your review?
He had coverage. He had the coverage with Lloyd's of London and Nautilus immediately before, which was the coverage that was in effect when Gloria Satterfield fell at his house. And he had an umbrella policy there.
All right. And what happened to that policy, that coverage?
The policy came up for renewal. Normally they're a year. It comes up for renewal and this claim's still open. And so when it came up for renewal, the insurance company wouldn't renew the policy and they canceled it, which is why he then went and bought this hunting club operation or hunting for hire operation, whatever that policy was, but didn't really cover anything because he didn't have that kind of business.
In your assessment and judgment, would that Philadelphia Hunting Lodge policy provide any coverage for the boating accident?
It did not. I told Danny Henderson in November of 2019 that it did not. Philadelphia filed something called a declaratory judgment action where they go and ask the court to declare their rights, meaning we don't have any coverage. It's clear the policy doesn't apply. Judge, tell, in this case, the plaintiff, because they sued us, the Beach family, and they sued Alex Murdaugh and to for a declaration there was no coverage. I refused to participate. I said I would just be bound by whatever the result was because I knew what the result was going to be.
Generally, at this point in time, what was your assessment of the defendant, how lucrative the defendant's practice was and his general wealth?
Well,
interesting. So I'm just seeing. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it is so interesting. Yeah, the trial is great. And again, this is just revisiting because I missed it, but we covered the whole thing previously. And I plan on probably doing like a yearly, anniversary gavel to gavel coverage of it just because it's worth it for this. Yeah, we talked a lot about Stephen Smith on the last one. I haven't finished the timestamps yet, but we went back and deep dove that towards the end of the episode. And I think where I left off on the timestamps, it might have been right when we were starting to get there. But these same kinds of questions came up and we kind of stopped watching the trial. We went back and we deep dove that. And then we watched some interviews with people. And so that will definitely, if you're wanting to learn more about Stephen Smith, definitely check that out after this. We just talked about this maybe, 10 or 15 minutes ago about potentially why, my view in terms of what I think happened potentially, maybe based on what makes the connections, right? Well, yeah. So, I think you were here, but it was like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, perchance. Maybe. I mean, anything's possible, but I said this last time, Sandy Smith, Stephen's mom, and Eric Bland, their attorney, have come out and said on the record multiple times over that they don't think Buster or the Murdaughs are involved. And they exhumed the body in 2023, and the investigation is still ongoing. They didn't find anything else. The most recent thing that I had heard was like they are kind of looking in. They've got some people in mind, and they're not connected to the Murdaughs. That's what Will Folks and Fitz News, they're always up. They're completely up on this stuff, right? And so I feel like the last time I heard an update was probably from them. But that's what we were looking for last time. We were looking for to see if there were any updates recently, and there really weren't any. But yeah, we listened to a couple interviews that I hadn't heard before and that no one really talked about that were hella important, I think, and kind of confusing, but also kind of it was interesting. So we were all hearing them for the first time. And so you see me, you hear my reaction as well as people in the chat reacting to like, what the heck? It was pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. So again, it's towards the end of the last episode for Murdaugh, and I'm still working on the timestamps, but I think I'm almost to that point because it was right towards the end. So yeah.
So I believe that he was making lots of money. I told you that he had most of the cases. So if that's 50% or 60% of the cases that are actively resolving, he's actively making money. Money's coming in. Now, whether I knew that how the law firm worked in terms of they would get their money at the end of the year, that's not uncommon, but it doesn't really change the fact that he's making lots of money. And that didn't really change in the time that I knew him. It certainly hadn't changed in the years immediately preceding the boat crash. So the last 3 to 5 years.
And ultimately, with your review of the insurance coverages, the only one that you thought was applicable was which one?
The progressive boat policy.
And how much was that?
$500,000.
And from your assessment of the case, was that going to be enough?
No, it wasn't. There were 6 people on the boat, including Alex's son, Paul. So there was one girl whose hand was pretty severely injured. She had about $130,000 in medical bills, a couple of surgeries. You had one boy who was thrown into the console and had a broken jaw.
Objective is 401, 403.
That's an overrule.
And his medical bills exceeded $100,000. So, you got a death, you got 2 people with substantial medical bills, and there was just no way there was enough coverage at $500,000.
As a result of that assessment and your assessment of the defendant's lucrative practice and wealth, what, if any, goals did you develop for this particular litigation?
I don't know if it's as easy to answer that, but as I began to realize there was no coverage, it was clear that and oftentimes when you have someone who is very affluent, who has a lot of money, it's not uncommon for those people to pay in addition to what they have in insurance. And so Alec was going to have to pay out of his own pocket to settle the cases.
Did you ultimately file suit in this matter?
I filed suit, I think about a month after the boat crash. I filed suit before the criminal charges were brought.
Criminal charges against who?
Paul, I'm sorry.
And so in March of 2019, you filed suit?
I believe so.
And did you sue the defendant?
I did.
Without getting into the weeds too much, what's the basis of potential liability for the defendant?
So in the very beginning, if there was any chance at coverage, the allegations were that he knew that his son Buster, his older son Buster, who was 21 years old, had obtained a duplicate license, and that Paul was using that license to buy alcohol. And so it's sort of Alec's lawyers from time to time have characterized it as negligent parenting, but it's in the law you have this idea that there's this thing called negligent entrustment. You know that somebody drinks, you know that he has a propensity to drink in excess, get drunk. You give him your vehicle, you've created a hazardous situation. And so that's the liability against Alec. And so what I did in the very beginning, in the first lawsuit, was I drafted it to try to see if there could be coverage, even though I didn't think it was going to be successful.
You testified that you'd made the assessment that the defendant was going to have to personally pay in this matter, correct?
He was.
Did you ultimately communicate that to his attorneys and to the defense in this case?
Multiple times and very clearly.
And in this case, I mean the boat case.
Yes.
Is there such a concept as a friendly defendant or a venue defendant or a placeholder defendant in civil litigation?
There is.
Can you just very quickly explain that to the jury?
It started, you first see the references back in, I think it was the 40s and 50s. And it was a way that if you're from out of state and you get sued in South Carolina, you have a right, rather than be in state court like we are now, you could have that case against you taken to federal court. And so oftentimes what people would do to keep the out-of-state person from taking it to federal court and rather keep it in the county where they knew everybody is you would also sue someone in state. And so it was a venue defendant. Now, and that kept the federal court from having what's called diversity. But in civil cases in state court, sometimes you do that. I mean, if there are two people driving a car, driving two cars, two people involved in the wreck, the passenger didn't cause the wreck. So you could sue both and let the jury sort out who it was, even though you believe that probably 99% of the liabilities on one person, or maybe all of it's on one person. Juries do crazy things sometimes.
Had you made it clear to the defense during this time that you were not considering the defendant just a friendly defendant or a placeholder defendant or a venue defendant?
From the beginning and very clearly.
And that you were.
I just wanted to note how interesting it is that the reason why he didn't have enough insurance coverage for the boat crash, by he, I mean Alex, is because the Nautilus policy was still being tied up with the Satterfield matter. And so therefore the coverage he would have had from that was not usable. Isn't that crazy? The again with Gloria Satterfield and the carryover into all this other stuff where now he's going to be on the hook, right? As per the lawsuit for the rest of the damages due to Mallory Beach and the other people involved in the boat wreck because his insurance coverage was not enough. And the reason it wasn't enough, again, is because the Nautilus insurance company wasn't providing coverage because that entire policy was tied up with Gloria Satterfield. So
Seeking a personal recovery against him.
He was always going to have to pay and pay a lot of money.
Does your area of the law, do y'all have some sort of annual conference every year that many people involved in it attend?
We do. Michael Gunn mentioned it. I think he called it SCAD or SCAD. I don't know. So I called it the Trial Lawyers Conference. It was at the Westin at Hilton Head every year.
And what time of year what month does that take place?
It's usually the first weekend of August. So if that's first, second, third, or fourth, fifth, and sixth, but it's usually that first week of August.
In August 2019, did you attend that conference?
I did.
And did you see the defendant there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with them?
Normally, different law firms have dinners and groups of lawyers, because it's marketing too, right? I mean, you go and you have dinners and you take other lawyers out who may send you cases or get you involved in cases. And so after dinner, everybody sort of comes back to the hotel, and there at the Westin, there's a gathering area. And I think it was a fundraiser, either for Mr. Harpootlian or for Lindsey Graham. But there were the whole room of lawyers, and he saw me. And this is the first sort of gathering. There's a little tension, I think, generally in the room about it. And then he beelines across the room and gets about this close.
And what does the defendant say to you?
Hey, Bo, what's this I've been hearing about what you've been saying? I thought we were friends.
Bo.
And did you respond to that?
I did. I told him that we were friends, that if he didn't think that I was going to do everything I needed to do to help my clients, he was wrong and he needed to settle the case.
Was that conversation about your intent to seek a personal recovery?
That's when he said, what's this about what I've been hearing? I thought we were friends. That's what he was talking about. He didn't like the fact that I was saying he was going to have to come out of his pocket and pay.
Moving on to the following month, was there a mediation in the case?
The next year. So that was August of 19. We don't have the mediation until September of 20.
At this point in time, the case has been filed, and without getting the detail, you're generally engaging in the discovery process. Is that correct?
We are, which is you go and you put witnesses under oath, and you take their depositions and you examine them and you collect documents and those sorts of things. But we were taking depositions, primarily a law enforcement, the people at the emergency room, that sort of thing.
What happened in March of 2020 that affected everybody?
Well, COVID began to shut the courts down. We continued to take some depositions, but ultimately, I think it was probably April, May, then we were sort of confined to our offices by then. So in March, we're still taking depositions of law enforcement, and it sort of slows down.
You continue to work on the boat case?
We did.
Continue to gather evidence and documentation?
I did. One of, there was a number of things that we knew existed that had not been collected by law enforcement and didn't appear to exist as far as law enforcement were concerned. And so, for instance, I subpoenaed from the Department of Defense, I believe, and ultimately got all of the federal government's documents of affidavits and things of witnesses that were out there from Parris Island And
Without getting into all the details of the evidence, were you gathering evidence that you felt make your claim against the defendant strong?
it did.
And did you share some of these, at least some of these findings with the defense?
Well, they're sitting in the room. I mean, they might not know it until I bring it out. The first lawyer asks questions, and then the person may or may not be completely truthful, and then you bring out the document. And so they're seeing it happen. And that's mainly with law enforcement. There were a number of law enforcement depositions where that happened.
As you're moving through the months of COVID and their shutdown and everything like that, is one of the things that you do is use a mock jury to sort of assess your case.
Or 143.
Objections overruled.
I did in this case.
All right. And some of this evidence that you felt strong, did you sort of present that to this mock jury? And it's just as a tool to help you assess how strong your case is and how likely it is of a recovery.
Yes, and I was specifically interested in Beaufort County, and I can explain that if you want.
Just very briefly, let's try not to get into the weeds too much, but just, yeah, if you can.
So the alcohol was sold by a convenience store, Parker's convenience store. And the Parker's lawyer at times would seem to act like Paul wasn't the driver, and at other times.
Objections overruled.
At other times, he would
Paul was
he would go after law enforcement, specifically about that particular officer's connection with Alex Murdaugh or the Murdaughs in general. And so you really can't have it both ways, right? I mean, if Paul's not the driver, you don't really worry about the alcohol that was sold, then the connection with law enforcement sort of becomes irrelevant. So and it was clear what they were doing was they were trying to try a case that look at all the bad things, don't let him get away with this because of the verdict against Parker. And so I was interested in if we went to Beaufort, because I'm being told by Alex lawyer that a Hampton jury won't return the verdict against him. And so what I'm trying to determine is if we go to Beaufort, is the evidence that I have uncovered so overwhelming that a jury ignores the clear breaches by Parker's company?
And ultimately, again, without getting into the weeds, were the results of that exercise with the mock jury, did that give you further confidence in the strength of a large recovery against the defendant?
Yeah, absolutely.
And ultimately, did you communicate that to the defendant's defense team?
I did. I also to Ronnie Crosby, who said that he would talk to Alec, and then they wanted copies of some of the.
What this means is it's showing to Alex and Alex's attorneys, right, that in terms of this boat crash case, the lawsuit, that the jury would find him guilty and he'd be on the hook for a bunch of money, right?
Statements by the people that wanted to take everything he had.
Yep, there you go.
What time period are we talking about? Right
This
here?
was May of 20.
Did you have anything else going on in your life as this time period was going as well?
Well, I was getting divorced.
That's significant.
Yeah. But yeah, so, but yeah, I think you're later in the summer, but.
I got you. As we move from May of 2020 into the fall of 2020, are those conversations continuing with the defense about the strength of your case and your desire to have personal recovery against the defendant?
Sure, there was a lot of pushback about the shock that I would hold Alec personally responsible, make him pay. And then in August of 20, I figured out that I had cancer. And but we continued to work. And then probably by November, I knew how bad it was. And I knew that I was going to be gone. And so I tried to make arrangements to do things because I'm still having to decide. The case is getting some age on it. We filed it pretty soon. A case that gets about a year old, all to go on the trial roster. We have mandatory mediation. We're going to mediate it in September. And then immediately after that, it would be eligible for trial. We didn't settle the case. And in November, I sent some requests to admit, which is in several cases, there's all this evidence. It's like in here, you've seen this. You have to bring somebody in here that says, I opened the car door, and then you bring the next guy in and says, well, I took the mats out. And if that's not disputed, and we can send something, it's a written question, say, admit that it was daylight when this happened. Okay, we'll admit that. So we don't have to call somebody
Talking about interrogatory.
in. And so it's admit certain facts to be true, and then those things are taken as true, and we don't have to presume them. So I had made up my mind that I was going to send the case to Beaufort after the focus groups, and I was going to try the case in Beaufort. So I sent requests to admit in November of 19 before I was about to leave to go to Florida for my cancer treatment.
In November of 19?
I'm sorry, November of 20. I think it was November the 19th.
All right, before we get there, you've had some discussions with the defense about the strength of your case, as you've talked about, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And the strength of your case against the defendant, is that correct?
Yeah, and you know, one of
Just
the
real
other,
quick, let me ask a question, if you could.
Sure.
Had you had any discussions about a number that you were seeking from the defendant, roughly?
I ultimately, I have that conversation. They pushed me for a number. By November, I've given them a number, yes.
All right, and roughly what that number was?
That number, he was going to have to pay 10 million out of his pocket.
Oh my God.
And did the defense have any response to you eventually?
That he could cobble together $1 million. But
Did
he
he
was
have any
broke.
other response?
He was broke.
He was broke. He can only get $1 million.
Maybe could get $1 million.
Based on your knowledge of the defendant and his practice as you testified, did you accept that response that he was, quote, broke, unquote?
No, I didn't believe it at all.
Did you offer him any other sort of settlement, any sort of type of plan or anything like that?
If you're broke, I'm happy to work out a payment plan. You can make payments. You can convey Moselle. I knew he had Moselle. He got Moselle right after a big settlement in 2012. So that's 1,700 acres. Conveyed Moselle, convey the beach house. He still had the house in Hampton. And we'll work out a payment plan on the rest.
Did they reject that?
He did.
Having been told that the defendant is broke despite what you believe, did you have a response to them?
I did. In October, almost immediately after the mediation, I served some discovery. Again, it's a written question, and there are two different types. There's interrogatories where you ask a question, tell me where you bank. And then there could be requests for production, give me your bank records. Now, I didn't say that, but I did. I sent discovery
And
to.
just real quick, we'll talk about discovery in a second, but generally, what is that response? He says I'm broke. What are you saying in response?
There's no way. I mean, like I said, he has a
No
spigot
way.
of money that's running. He's settling cases. He's got big cases. He's got lots of cases. He's got generational wealth.
Right. And all this, remember, is not even with, no one knew he was stealing money at the time. Like you can just hear how it's like, there's no question that he's loaded, right?
There's no way. He's got 1,800 acres in Moselle. He's not broke by anybody's standards.
Did you ask the defense to, okay, show me the books, prove to me that you're broke?
I did.
And what was the response?
No.
So that led you to some discovery?
It led me to send discovery to get that information.
And specifically, what information as it relates to the defendant's books and the defendant's accounts are you talking about?
Well, it was broad, so it was broader than this, but what I was looking for was the institutions, the accounts where he did his banking. Because if he was in fact broke, if his bank account says $0 or $5,000 or $7,000, it was because he was hiding it, in my opinion, at the time. So that's what I was looking for.
Right. And so you sent those discovery requests?
I did.
And did the defendant provide that information, or did they decline to provide that information?
They objected almost immediately.
And so did you then file some subsequent legal papers because they refused to provide the information about the defendant's accounts?
I did. I filed what's called a motion to compel, where I asked the judge to compel or make him give me the information.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 402. And just generally, just to see if you recognize this document. If you flip through it real quick.
I do. It's the motion to compel that I filed with three exhibits, which are his lawyer's responses, the objections to the question.
And what's the date on that document? Motion to compel.
The motion to compel was filed October the 16th, 2020.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 402 in evidence, I believe, subject only to a previous objection.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Can I have the screen here, please? All right, this is State's 402, the one you just described, is that right?
That's right.
And that's the date on it right there?
Correct.
And I've turned over what's Exhibit B to this document. And is this some of that discovery asking for the defendant to identify his specific bank accounts that you were just describing?
That's right.
And can you just read number one right there? That's the question that you're asking the defendant to provide to you, correct?
Yeah, what you see there is the bold, the answer is, so this is, Alex's lawyer has retyped the questions that I sent. So that's the question that I wrote. Number one, list all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, and any other accounts over which you had signature authority for maybe in any capacity, regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present. And then the answer is what his lawyer said, which is generally an objection. It's overbroad, it's unduly burdensome, it's not relevant, doesn't have anything to do with it. So
they had objected and you filed a motion to compel. And again, without too much detail, is a motion to compel to ask the judge in the civil case to force them to provide you this information.
That's right.
And if that motion, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, but if a motion to compel is successful and you had gotten the defendant to produce the identity of all accounts he had, what would have been your next step if you continued to follow that thread?
Well, so I knew some information. I would have verified that he was telling me the truth, right? So some things I'm verifying, but I would have ultimately sent subpoenas to the banks. And then I would have begun to subpoena the accounts. I mean, I know he's got a personal account. I know that the law firm's got accounts, but he's got these other entities, these partnerships and things. I didn't know if he had accounts there. So that would have been what would have happened next.
At this point in time, were you aware of any institutions that you believe the defendant had bank accounts at?
I knew about Palmetto State Bank, and I believe that I knew about Bank of America.
At this point in time, though, did you have any idea about all the stuff over there with the fake forge account and all this other stuff that the jury's heard about?
Not a clue.
But had you been successful, you would have sought to identify all accounts in his name and then reviewed those accounts. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
the subpoena to Bank of America wouldn't have said, give me the information for account 102 or whatever the number was. It would have been for all accounts that have his name on it, period, in any capacity. So it would have been very broad.
And to be fair, they could continue to object to subpoenas and that sort of thing, but this was, if you had to follow this thread, that was the tack that you were taking by filing this document. Is that correct?
That's exactly what it was. And I was doing it like you heard Chris Wilson talk about in that Mack truck case, that the defendant didn't want this to happen. Well, this is normal in a civil case. There's lots of times that defendants don't want certain things to happen. And so if they don't want it, that's what I want. And so I'm putting pressure where I can put pressure, and this is a place that I can put pressure. At the time, I think it's because he's making so much money. He doesn't really want us to know how much money he's making.
Right. The more money he's making, the more they can sue him for. Nice color suit he's got there.
Of 2020, is there any hearing on that schedule right away, or does that take sometimes a while for that kind of thing to happen?
It took a while. COVID wasn't over, but the courts weren't really running. There were some courts, when the Chief Justice began to open the court system back up, they had to have some kind of COVID plan in place. Hampton wasn't one of them. This case had been specially assigned to a judge from Lancaster. And so there weren't any real opportunities to get the motion heard at that time.
You had initially described how you were, initially, what county did you file this lawsuit in?
I first filed the lawsuit in its first draft in Beaufort County.
Okay. And as we're moving to this time period, COVID slowed things around, you filed your motion to compel. Are you considering moving that to a different county?
By November, I pretty well made up my mind that I'm going to move it back to Beaufort County. And it's not just that I'm moving it back, it's that Parker's also had a motion, so I could consent to its motion to move the case back.
And so you're considering putting it in Beaufort at this point, is that right?
That's right.
And was that in part because the defense or the defendant over there believed that you couldn't get a verdict against him in Hampton County?
He was insistent.
As we move into early 2021, again, I don't want to get in for purposes of this trial for the specific discussion as it relates to other defendants, but have you started to reassess the decision to maybe take it to Beaufort County?
Yes, while I was in Florida, beginning in January, Mr. Parker, who owned Parker's Convenience Store, began to do a number of things that I thought would weigh against me going to Beaufort County.
And so did you communicate perhaps moving it or keeping it in Hampton County or moving it to Hampton County?
Not until I got back from my treatment in mid-April.
All right. Stand by for me real quick.
Stand by.
Let me ask you this. You said you'd started considering moving it back to Hampton County because of some things that was happening with another defendant, that being the convenience store in Beaufort County, correct?
You said Hampton. I think you meant Beaufort.
All right. Let me rephrase that. You're in Beaufort at this point, correct?
No, I'm in Hampton. I filed it initially against Luther's, which was a bar after. So the kids launched the boat from Alex family place to Chesney, and it's owned by Family Trust, Murdaugh Family Trust. Maybe there are two properties and there's two trusts. So I sued Alex's father. I sued the trust because there could have been that alcohol was provided there. It turned out it wasn't. But the kids drank and launched the boat from there. And then they went to an oyster roast. I sued the people who had the oyster roast. From there, they went to a bar called Luther's where Paul had 2 shots. And so I sued Luther's and I sued Alec. And I'm not 100% certain in that first lawsuit whether I sued Buster or not. But I ultimately did sue Buster.
You were describing you were in April 2021. Had you at that point had some thought process that you communicated to the defense about having the case in Hampton?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it because of some of those things with that other defendant that you had mentioned?
So
It
was. And the motions were coming up. I mean, it was, I've been gone for 4 months or whatever it is, 4.5 months. And so the motions are set to be heard. And there are a number of motions. Parker, as I said, had filed this motion to transfer the case to Beaufort before I left.
As you're thinking about it, we're in April of 2021 and you're thinking about putting it in Hampton, you were still concerned though about the case against the defendant in Hampton County, his home county, correct?
I think you're still getting Beaufort and Hampton mixed up, but so not exactly. I was.
All right, well, you explain
Okay,
to me.
I'll explain. There were a number of reasons that I wanted the case in Beaufort. I had substantial evidence. One of the things that we didn't talk about was when you have a 17, 18, 19-year-old girl, which I have, she constantly has her phone and she's constantly taking videos. And so one of the things that I discovered is that Paul's girlfriend had tons of videos of alcohol, family trips, videos of Paul drinking in front of his parents, videos of him grossly intoxicated. And so that evidence I shared with Alex's lawyers as well leading up to it. I didn't share it. They didn't serve the same discovery on me because they didn't want the other defendant, Greg Parker's, to have it at that time because they were so entrenched in that there was some sort of venue-friendly lawsuit going on between Alec and myself, but there wasn't.
As you're considering all these issues, did you ever convey to the defense any issue about suing any other defendants in Beaufort County if you felt like your case was not getting a fair shake in Hampton County?
So once I made the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for the day. We're going to resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please not discuss the case.
Judge Newman. Sometimes Judge Newman's like, we've done enough for this day. So I think we will say the same thing. I think we will follow Judge Newman's lead and pick up where we are leaving off on the next one, guys. So what we will have coming up next, though, will be the Karen Reed hearing. So that will be in the evening, and I'll be, of course, sort of watching it on and off and whatever as much as I can, but we'll be covering it in the evening. I'll be, as always, keeping my eye out for any other court filings for BK or for Karen Reed. Perhaps if there's some more court filings that come out, even if it's during the hearing, maybe it'll be worth covering in case some people want to watch or, catch those court filings first before the hearing. But anyway, that'll be what we have going on next time. So, but you guys are awesome. Hopefully everybody feels like they're getting a deeper understanding of the different layers to this case, of which there are clearly a lot. And I appreciate y'all being awesome. And, the Squirrel Crew is the best, as I always say. So with that, I'll go ahead and roll the outro.